And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another edition of a StarCraft Evolution show match, I should say. Welcome to the SEL Masters #1, your first monthly edition of this new show match series. I'm of course Show's Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. To some more StarCraft Evolution. For those who maybe don't know what we're about to jump into, StarCraft Evolution is a mod in the game that does bring together StarCraft 2 and Brood War. They do bring them in as separate races and they face off against each other. They clash against each other here. We do not feature Brood War versus Brood War. We do not feature StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2. It is specifically StarCraft 2 versus Brood War. The players, they take turns. I say they take turns, it is loser's pick, so whoever does lose the first series or the first map is going to be able to pick whether or not they want to stick with their current race or switch it into a Brood War or SC2 respective race instead. So it's going to be amazing, going to be exciting, and it's going to be a best of 7 between uThermal and Classic. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. We have a kind of a PvT, also a bit of a PSA. uThermal, he is playing Brood War Terran. He is not playing StarCraft 2 Terran. He's playing random SE2. So random race for SE2, Terran for Brood War. That is what uThermal's going for. So should I leave it as Terran? Should I switch it here to random? I'm torn a little bit. I'll leave it as random for now, I suppose, and I guess I'll explain once we get into the games themselves. But yes, it is going to be a best of 7 here on the line between Classic and uThermal. Also, we have another broadcast scheduled after this one. As soon as this ends, we are going to be jumping into a King of the Hill format StarCraft Evolution event as well. So the SEL continues. Again, big shout to Hyper1, big shout to Caprulu and all those who work behind the scenes on StarCraft Evolution. A lot of work has been put into the mod when it comes to making models and balancing the game and adopting and adapting maps from Brood War into SE2. So much work into the maps, into the models, into the balance, into the game state. Just so much work put into it. Big shout out. I believe there is a Patreon exclamation mark SCEvo in the chat. There we go. There's a Patreon for Team Caprulu if you do wish to support the maintenance or even the continued support of this mod. That you can do so via the Patreon. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in. We're about to jump into our best of 7. Vetoes are now done and we're jumping into games. Game 1 is going to be on Frostline. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Frostline. Now, there have been changes made to this map. Frostline is in a way, a ladder map. That is true, but has been changed, has been adapted coming into StarCraft Evolution. So we'll be going over those changes as we jump in. Here we go. Also, up first, we have our races being picked. Classic is rocking Brood War. He has chosen to pick Brood War here. And again, losers pick from here on forward. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have our red Protoss, the Brood War Protoss. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the random player, rolling random here, the SC2 Protoss. We have from the Netherlands, living in Laredo, Mexico. It is uThermal. Sounds weird to say. He's uThermal, Bobby. uThermal. Let's go. I'll give me one moment though to set up his name in on the page. Bam, beautiful. Quickly change his color as well. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this matchup, who you think will claim this show match here. Remember, as a reminder, the prediction is for the entire series, not just the game, but for the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we are jumping on in. So far, we are just getting into our openers here. So far, a gate expand or a gate cyber expand set up here from Classic. Likewise, you see uThermal going for a 2-gate opener. Classic, he is just now scouting. Classic confirming he looks at the pro. Let's go. Classic, he looks in 2 of those workers in the middle patch. So cheeky move here by Classic, already showing off and locking uThermal in. So nice start here for Classic. So he should just let it finish here. And again, that is 2 probes. That is 2 probes that are not mining, that they're trapped. Likewise, more boys are being pulled. There's also more lost mining time. Classic even attacking one of the probes as well. Again, just delaying the economy as much as possible in a mirror matchup. This is everything. Meanwhile, across the map, economic opener. gate into gate into expansion into Cybercore. Economic build here by Classic. uThermal, he has the option to try to go for an all-in, but his economy has been stifled. So it is a disrupted economy here for uThermal. Does come with a probe scout. uThermal does confirm the more economic start. And how does uThermal respond? Does he respond with a proxy? Does he respond with his own nexus? For now, Double Stalker. Double Stalker tells us that uThermal is going to move out. He's going to move out across the map. He's going to apply some pressure here at the front door. He could reinforce this with a third and fourth Stalker to make an extra wave behind it to keep going, or he may delay his units and get a faster expansion instead. So we have options here for uThermal. Meanwhile, Classic across the map and going for his own Dragoon-based opener. As a reminder, just once again to re-emphasize, this is Brutal Protoss against SE2 Protoss. Here we go. So in one sense, it's kind of a mirror matchup, but not really. And we have the answer to our question about the following units. We skip those extra wave of units, no third and fourth Stalker. Instead, not an expansion, but a Stargate. It's going to be a faster Stargate here for uThermal, followed by the Nexus. Now, this is a way to, yes, his economy is delayed. That is true compared to Classic, but it's a way to make up for that with the Oracle. The goal here is for the Oracle to move out, the Oracle to get some economic damage to make up for the late expansion. So this does make sense here for uThermal. We can see likewise Classic rallying out more Dragoons. Dragoon range is on the way, and so far is just maintaining map control. Classic, he has not scouted the main base. Scouting is quite limited here for Classic, bearing in mind, unlike a regular SE2 PvP, there is no hallucination, there's no sentry. Otherwise, hallucination scouts, they are so common and so popular in PvP. That is not the case here. So Classic, he is in the dark. No shield battery in the main base either. He is amassing Stalkers here in the center of the map, but currently is not fully aware what's going on. Does have a probe. Does have some workers in position. Attempts to scout. Scout is going to be denied. Does confirm the expansion at least, so he knows it's not a one base all in. But he hasn't seen the tech. He hasn't seen the Oracle. Oracle moves out, Dragoons moving in. Now, these Dragoons, seeing the lack of additional Stalkers is going to be a bit of a tell, as Warpins were skipped. And we're still rallying across the map, and back at home I see nothing. There's nothing at home, there's nothing in the main base, there's nothing at the natural. Workers are going to go down. And Classic is committed. Remember, there's no recall back home either. First Dragoon taking a lot of hits, first Dragoon does fall, Oracle dives into the main, and probes are falling. Classic is in trouble. He has a lot of trouble here. Oh, there's the NG overcharge. Takes out another Dragoon, trades 1 for 1. But the shield battery does put in a lot of work here. Despite that, Dragoons are trying to break their way through. They're attempting to. Meanwhile, across the map, 13 probe kills. Insane damage dealt there by uThermal. But he's losing all his Stalkers, and a Classic dealing his own kind of damage. Probes are finally going to be going down. But with extra Warpins, with that defender's advantage, uThermal should be okay. He should be okay. He's down to 2 Stalkers, but there's only 2 Dragoons. There's only 2 Dragoons left. So uThermal looks like he should have defended from here. Across the map, 18 probe. That's 18 workers go down. That's game-ending damage. That's game-ending damage here. And this also emphasizes the big weakness of Brutal Protoss is just how immobile they are. What I mean by that, and what to emphasize, there's no recall. There's no warping mechanics, so you have to make a Dragoon slowly one by one at a time, so you can't instantly warp in to react. Likewise, without those abilities here that regular SE2 Protoss has, that Oracle may have just ended the game. May have just ended the game here. And Classic is being punished for his aggression. As he's being chased back, now we have double Oracle diving into the main. There's 1 Dragoon in position, soon to be 2. And more probes are going down. uThermal just securing himself here, just securing his lead. As he will lose the Oracles, but for another 7 probes. Oh my god. Did I say 7? 9. Another 9 workers go down for 1 Dragoon. Back at home, uThermal, he has almost 40 workers. He has a massive economic lead. And uThermal, I mean, he's primed to take this. Primed to take a lead in the series. He's moving out. He's going to catch out these Dragoons. He gets 1. He's going to get the other. That's still a lot of Dragoons, and that's still an army to be respected. So uThermal has to be very careful. He has to be very careful. As you'll see, these Dragoons, they're a little bit more tanky. They dish out more damage. They have more range, I should say, as well. In general, these brutal units are more powerful. That's how this is balanced, is that the brutal units, they like in a head-on fight, they will overpower. So boys are being pulled. Shield batteries are finishing up to help support himself here. Yeah, 3 shield batteries alongside the boys. uThermal, he should still be okay. As another 4 workers go down. It's one of those things where in a head-on fight, I favor Classic, but at the same time, he's all in. problem here is that Classic's economy is in shambles. He needs to do more damage, and uThermal's just chasing him down. Just pull the boys, Bobby. Just pull the boys. True. He really is a tyrant. Let's go. As the boys are being pulled back, and we're waiting for Blink. Waiting for Blink here. Blink is almost done. uThermal getting another warp in. And what's impressive here is that Classic, he is holding his own here. That is true. You can get away with a smaller economy here as Brutal Protoss. But now that Blink is involved, uThermal, he should be able to out-control this army, or even out-position it. Speaking of uThermal, he does skirt around. Classic keeping up with the rotation. Does fall back. So far, good movement here by Classic. Oh. So we'll lose one more Dragoon. Classic is holding on. Likewise, behind this, getting into Reaver production. And again, this is to help make up for that lack of supply here. Even though Classic is behind, that is true, the Reaver can make up for that. Very much so. Very much so make up for that. Classic does hold. uThermal getting his third base. Building up, getting a greater army now into charge. Again, because of the greater economy for uThermal, it is represented here, not just when it comes to the size of his army, but his economy, his tech, his production. Everything is just skyrocketing ahead here for uThermal. There's potential with Reavers, that is true, but I mean, that's what Blink is for, right? Like, with good enough Blink control, the Reavers shouldn't really do much to the main army. uThermal should still be able to overwhelm. Oh. So let's be careful there. Again, still can't quite fight this head on. The Phoenix is out. And the Phoenix will get a full scout of the main. Does confirm the base, so he knows. He knows that Reavers are coming. uThermal, he's fully aware. Fully aware of those Reavers. Nice catch on the Dragoon. Oh, let's get out of here. Takes down 3 Dragoons for 2 Stalkers. Oh god. Does commit, takes down the shuttle. Shuttle goes down, but at the cost of a lot of Stalkers here. As it's how many? That's 8 Stalkers going down for 3 Dragoons and a shuttle. And he's going to hunt down more even. And again, you can see just how much stronger the Brutal army can be head on. How much more efficient it can be. That's where uThermal has to make use of his mobility. Has to back up. That charge is ready. Yeah, and Dragoons, they cannot fight the charge. Well, it's not like this. Yeah, nice catch here. Classic overextends. Here comes that Reaver. Oh, shot goes off. Massive connection. The Zealots. Well, the Zealots going to be going down as well. Only 2 scarab shots, so only 2 shots. And with that, uThermal, he will still clean this up. He will still catch us out. Another scarab shot takes down the Zealots with the Stalkers. The Stalkers, they do overwhelm. Nice splits out of uThermal. Oh my god. Very nice splits towards the end. Avoids the shots. Nice juggling so far, though. The shuttle is going to be going down. Oh, is barely sniped. But again, a very intense fight. uThermal did bleed out a lot of units. And Classic, he's claiming his third base. And despite Classic being behind, and he has been behind for most of this game, he is recovering. He needs a little bit more time, though, to get that third base up and running. uThermal rallying in. Ooh, doesn't get the Dragoon. Classic, he is recovering, he is building back up. Now, unfortunately, Classic, he lost a lot of high-tech units. What did he lose? He lost 2 shuttles and 2 Reavers. And the problem is that he only has 1 robo. With 1 robo, he can only make 1 thing at a time, so he's rebuilding his Reavers, of course, at priority, but it means that he can't move out. Without that shuttle, as you can see, the Reavers are very immobile. Oh. As Reavers slowly crawling forward. It's getting involved. Likewise, uThermal does hit that third base, catching Classic out of position. And gets a couple of workers, gonna blink into the main. And again, once again, just abusing his own mobility here. Just the mobility that uThermal has that Classic does not. Gets into the main, picks off more workers, 10 more probes going down. Reaver's trying to get in position. Likewise, Zelda hit the mineral line. And Classic once again just getting pulled apart. Oh, the Reaver shot. Won't quite connect. Yeah, won't quite connect. Likewise, Reaver goes down. Nice body blocking there from uThermal. I don't think that was intentional, but it worked out well. Again, for those that are curious, the scarab shots of the Reaver, they do actually follow pathing, and if you target, say, the center stalker and there's a forward stalker that's blocking, then the scarab shot won't quite connect, right? Won't connect with its target, and with that, yeah, uThermal, he's overwhelming, takes out all the dragoons. Likewise, Delta hit the third base. uThermal with just a massive economy, a booming economy behind this. That's why it can be wasteful. That's why it can be this aggressive. And it was an impressive comeback here from Classic to be able to recover onto 3 bases, but the reality is that the Oracles at the start of the game did give uThermal a very substantial lead. GG gets called, and uThermal will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Oh my god, uThermal, he does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Classic can recover, as it is Classic's choice. Does he play Brood War or SC2? Up to Classic. Here we go. Just catching up with the chat. And thank you so much. Boom Cool in the chat. Gab, amiga, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months, for half a year of support. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft, and hope you enjoy the casting as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you as well for subscribing to my personal channel as well. Did notice yesterday. There we go. Go to that Manor Pylon to me. That is not a Manor Pylon. I would say that that's, again, like, that's viable, very much so, especially in a mirror matchup. So specifically in PvP, I would say it's not viable against Terran or anything like that. You wouldn't want to do that. But in the PvP matchup, like, you've seen that more often in the pro play. Do you see that more often? Rallying Reaver is not usually a wing strat. I mean, it allowed him to survive, if you remember. Like, without those scarab shots, the Zelts would have struggled a lot. Sorry, the Zelts would have overwhelmed. So that did allow Classic to survive, but, like, just to re-emphasize once again, because the Oracle harassing damage, Classic was behind the entire game. Like, ever since he lost, what was it, like 18 probes in the main? Or 18 probes between the bases? Like, Classic, he was kind of fighting an uphill battle, and which is why it was impressive how long the game went for, and how Classic did have some nice moments to recover and to fight back. So Classic didn't go down without a fight. But here we go, we're now getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner we have the Brood War Terran player from land of the Netherlands, living in the land of Mexico. It is uThermal. And spawning in the top right hand corner we have the red Protoss player from South Korea, this time switching to SC2, so the StarCraft 2 Protoss. It is a Classic. This mod and Age of Mythology Retold were the best things of 2024. I still haven't played Age of Mythology's, the new revamp of Age of Mythology. I need to. I have no time. I do need to. I played that. I still have the disc, the hard disc of the original game. Played it a lot as a kid. But we do have our initial 2 racks opener here by uThermal. It is not uncommon to open up with additional racks here as Brood War Terran, just because it is a little bit more difficult to get away with a faster expansion in this matchup, just to be secure. But we often do see like a faster factory, even getting to faster vulture production. Here instead is going to be a commitment into bio. So I'm curious where this leads. If we go into a 3rd racks behind this as well, if we turn this into a 1 base all in, I do know that uThermal does have some cheesy builds. Which is why I appreciate watching him, and yep, it looks like a 1 base all in. So 1 base all in here by uThermal. So far he's fully walled up here with 2 raxes. With this academy he can go into stim, and this might be a 3 rack stim timing. Now I should emphasize, this was a really popular build like a month ago, but this build has been nerfed. Basically this kind of like this brutal stim timing here with medics hits so hard as a Brood War Terran player. Just to reference SE2 and just to compare the two, in StarCraft 2, 3 Raxes and 2-1-1s, their timings are a little bit later, especially a 2-1-1 timing, for example, because what do you have to wait for in a 2-on-1? A 2-on-1 is a stim timing in StarCraft 2, but you hit with a factory, with a starport, with medevacs. But as you can see here in Brood War, medevac tech or medic tech is a lot faster because all you need is an academy. So that's what makes this build so much more powerful here, is because all you need is the academy, and then bam, your bio army has support, and you can actually spend stims earlier on. So here we go, the bio army is moving out. We already have our first medic. So you can stim more freely, and uThermal, he is expanding behind this. Interesting. Now, when I say this build got nerfed, I believe the build time was increased, and the it was the build time was increased. I think the research time was increased as well. I'm gonna have to double check what did occur, and I want to say that the medevac HP was decreased, but just because like these early stim timings were very prevalent in the meta, especially like December, January. But here we go, does stim in, voids are being pulled, and so many persons gonna be going down. Oh my god! So far 3 workers, does try to dive on that stalker does fall, and again the medevac does maintain these marines. Gonna be 10 kills already. This is brutal, and he's not done. He's gonna target down as many probes as he can. Oh god, it's gonna be 13 workers already. And similarly to the last game, uThermal, he will take a massive economic lead. He will take an economic lead here early on. He still rallies across the map. This may just be game. This may just be game here. 19 probes going down. And again, you can see just how quickly stim hits, and more importantly, how much the medic supports the army as well. Takes down 1 more stalker. 19 probes go down. And with that, classic, he's down to 18 workers. Now, uThermal CC was late. That is true. It was a late CC, but uThermal, he still has a 10 worker lead on Classic. uThermal, he's like, mate, you want to nerf my build? Nah, I still got it. Now, to be fair, I was referring to nerfing the 3 racks. This was not a 3 racks. This was much more early and much more committed and much more effective. I mean, hey, 19 probe kills at the start of the game. That is a brutal timing here from uThermal. From here, he backs off, he retreats. He is switching into mech. Still making some marines to maintain himself, but that is tank production behind this, and the machine shops are already working towards siege mode. And basically, uThermal has a lead. What is the goal? Survive. Right now, it's maintain that lead. It's make sure that Classic doesn't get away with an all-in. Now, Classic did open Robo. Interesting. Not a Twilight Council opener, it's a Robo opener instead. I believe uThermal did scout. Yep, I mean, he scans as well. He does spot the Bay. Barely. Very important here. Now, this should be either a Disruptor drop or a Colossus drop. Regardless, he needs to prepare for that. And likewise, he should also know that there's no risk of any kind of blink timing in the main. There is no blink, there's no Twilight Council. Instead, we're rushing into earlier splash damage. This also tells uThermal that it is safe. I mean, he can do one of 2 things. He can either try to kill Classic as his Robo count is very low, as the Disruptor Colossus count is very low, or he can just take a 3rd CC and just expand. He can do one or the other. And right now, we're making 2 tanks at a time. He's building up his tank count, massing up his bio. Bearing in mind as well, when it came to that assault earlier, he did all that with 1 medic, and it's still there. That's the same medic. Like, he did not lose it. That's crazy. The medic survived. And it looks like the goal is to go for the kill. Okay, so he could do one of 2 things, as we mentioned. He could either just expand and freely get a 3rd and get further ahead, or just go for the kill. And the reason why there's a big window here is because it is going to be Colossus first, and all there is really a Colossus. It's going to be 1 Colossus, it's going to be a handful of vanilla Stalkers without blink, and a shield battery. Like, this army is very vulnerable, and this build from Classic doesn't really get going until we get up to 2 or 3 Colossus. So this army, it's just so fragile right now, and uThermal is pushing in. Yeah, it's going for the kill. So just hyper aggression from uThermal. Does move forward. He's just bullying Classic back. He's just bullying him back here. And Classic, he has to just fall back here. Shield batteries are on the way, but now the tanks are getting within range. And there's nothing that that Classic can really do to engage. Charge is not done. Charge is still just now beginning. Charge is not ready. Again, this is the weakness here of a Robo-based opener. But not just that. I remember, as a reminder, Classic, he lost how many? 19? Yeah, he lost 19 probes at the start of the game. So he just hasn't been able to build up his army. He's had to skip warpins. He's had to delay tech. Tank flow is going up. Nice target firing here to uThermal. He gets 1 of the Colossus. Takes down 1, and the shield batteries, they don't do enough. They do not do enough. The solots are coming in. And uThermal, he will overwhelm, and he will take a further lead in the series. GG gets called, and uThermal will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played, uThermal once again, papi. Oh my god. This time with a much more cheesy build to go for that early stim timing. Unfortunately, Classic, he didn't see it coming. Winding it back here, this is where something like sentry-based openers can be really effective. The reason for this is because it gives you an early hallucination. And what does that mean? That means an early scout. Classic, he never got into the main base, he never saw what uThermal was up to. Didn't know if it was a CC on the high ground, if it was a factory on the high ground, or a second Rax on the high ground. There's possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities as to what uThermal could have been doing, and Classic had no idea. So he was kind of caught with his pants down. He didn't know how aggressive uThermal was being, and uThermal, he got out unscattered. He got out completely unscattered. That's why so much damage was dealt early on. Classic was unaware. And this is also, again, to show that scouting is paramount, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, Classic didn't know about the Stargate. Game 2, Classic didn't know about the stim. So both games so far, Classic has been working with incomplete information and has been punished for it. And that's StarCraft, right? It's a game of information here. And now we're getting into game number 3. Here we go. But yes, these for Brood War Terran, these early sim timings they're brutal. And they work quite well against Zerg as well. Specifically, I mentioned before, but it has since been addressed, has since been changed. But you know, you got to know it's coming to be able to defend and survive against it. True. That, I would say, is a big part, of course, when it comes to pulling off a defense. But here we go, we're getting into our next game. We have changed colors. God damn it. Hold on. There we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sylphid. This is a 3-player spawn map, by the way. So in the top center, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss. Down in the series, still rocking SE2, it is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the Red Terran himself, leading the series 2-0 from the land of the Netherlands, living in Mexico. It is uThermal. And do you see what I see? I see the same build. I see 1 Rax here at the natural, 1 Rax in the main, and 1 Rax hidden in the natural. This does look like the same build. Now, this is a little bit risky. uThermal is bottom left, Classic is top center, or it could be bottom right. This is a 3-player spawn map, so uThermal doesn't exactly know where his opponent is. He does need to scout ahead of time to know where he's headed, and that also means that he's going to have 1 worker that isn't mining, so he's going to have a slightly impacted economy, or again, negatively impacted economy here when it comes to the execution of this build. And he's moving out. He's scouting, he's searching, and he will find him. Wow, he rolls the dice, he rolls well, he checks the top half of the map, and he will find Classic immediately. And as we mentioned, same build. Same build, here comes the Academy, it's going to be stim timing, there's going to be 1 medic, and it is going to hit like a truck. Now, when I mentioned earlier how Classic, what's really been hurting him this series is just lack of information. That's all it's been. In a way, like I say, it's all it's been, but without that information, he doesn't know to have extra warp-ins, to have a shield battery, to have a defensive setup. Like, it's just hard to react if in a couple of seconds, to react well, to react correctly, and to react against like the onslaught that's coming at you. And the problem here on Sylphid is, okay, thankfully he's checking. The problem is that because he checked bottom right. Classic, he scouts bottom right, he finds that uThermal's not here. Now he knows where uThermal is, but this means that the probe scout is late. This means that Classic, he still doesn't know what's going on. He gambled a little bit, and he gambled wrong here. So he's still in the dark, and here it comes. Here comes the bio, here comes the stim. And already, Classic, he does encounter the army, so already a couple of extra seconds. Now he knows. He sees the mass marine, he knows something is wrong. Shield battery on the way. This time there's a shield battery. Shield battery's in production. Classic trying to slow down the army. He does spot the medic. He's fully aware it's the same build. uThermal back at home, he's expanding. Already expanding. Picks off a marine. Nice pick off here by Classic. Gets a marine. Stim gets activated. Second marine goes down. Gets a stalker. Gets a third marine though. There's 1 marine left. Only 1. The shield battery is going to be enough. And with that, Classic he holds. Whew. Classic does hold. Once again, this time, I would say, in a way, better scouting. This time more proactive. Classic, he was in the center of the map. He engaged ahead of time. He slowed down the army, picked away the marines, and Classic holds. And now Classic's in a much better position. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Never fool me again. So Classic this time is all over this. Meanwhile, uThermal with the surround. It comes in from behind. Remember, there's no blink. He gets one Stalker. Can he get two? A nice catch here from uThermal. And he will get both Stalkers. It's a very nice positional play. But Classic maintains the economy. Remember, by this time last game, Classic lost 19 workers. This time, he's ahead. This time, he's ahead in workers. And why is he ahead? The CC isn't done. The CC was delayed because of the 2 racks open. So now uThermal's in a worse position. He needs to get damage done here, and so far he isn't. He's picking up a couple of Stalkers, that is true, but another Marine goes down. So very nice control here from Classic. And uThermal, he's going to have to back off, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, I would say, as well. This is the same follow-up going into, I was going to say double factory. Triple factory on the way. Interesting. Getting to his tank production. But unlike the previous game, where uThermal, he went for a timing, and he tried to kill Classic before the Colossus count built up, this time I imagine that uThermal's going for a more defensive style instead to recover. Because the reality is, this time uThermal's behind. This time it's uThermal who's behind. This time it's uThermal who's up against the wall. Ooh, and we're going into Vulture production. Let's go. We're going to be delaying siege mode. We have spider mines on the way. We have ion thrusters on the way as well. That's Vulture speed and spider mines. And Classic takes the third. So we've had some pretty fast games so far. Game 1 and Game 2. Honestly, were decided at the start of the game. They were decided at the start of the game because of the economic damage in both games. Here in Game 3, we have more of a back and forth. Now, because of the commitment from uThermal, I will give Classic the edge coming into this. He is slightly ahead, just because of the openers, because of the faster third base, the greater economy. He's maintaining map control, he's trying to delay his opponent, but uThermal will eventually break out. And we're waiting for that moment as uThermal is kind of embracing this mech style. Oh, good. The tank is not sieged. Nice snipe. Very nice snipe there from Classic. Shuts down the tank. Slowing down tank production. Siege mode is just now beginning. Remember, siege mode was delayed. Otherwise, would have been done for that defense. So uThermal, he's punished. Spider-Man's now being set up. You see Classic looking for a way in. Classic, he did scout the factories. No third CC yet. Vultures, they do slip out. Classic once again diving forward. Siege mode is still not done. Yes, still no siege mode. He gets one. He gets 2 tanks. And he might get all 3. He will. He will get all 3 tanks. Massive pickoffs. Can he get a 4th? Oh my god, Jesus. 4 tanks go down. Picks up 4 tanks. Keeps pushing in. He can try to recall back home. Speaking of being back home, the Vultures, they get some economic damage, but Classic, he shuts this down. He shuts down the Vultures. We'll clean them up. In the end, that prioritization here of spider mines and ion thrusters wasn't quite worth it. Stalker's finally going to get picked up, but the damage has been done. They killed 4 tanks. And what does that mean? That means a couple of things, actually. It means that the defensive position is weaker. The defensive position is now weaker here for uThermal, and he has no pushing power either. He has no way to push out if he wants to go for a 2-base all-in. He's going for a 3rd CC, trying to expand. But uThermal is in a rough position. Vultures towards the natural. Vultures into the 3rd. Nicely done. They do pick up a couple of workers. Spider-Mans do burrow. Oh! Not quite activated. Yeah, they don't quite get activated, and the Vultures are going to go down. So far, good defense here by Classic. Oh! Ooh, doesn't quite get connected. Doesn't quite pop off. And in the end, going to be 8 probe kills. I mean, this is helping uThermal. This is true. Like, Vultures, they're pretty cheap. They're pretty cheap, so you can throw them away. You can get some economic damage. This is helping uThermal, but he needs a little bit more breathing room here to expand. Speaking of, Classic is 4. Classic, he's now up on 2 bases, getting a 4th base. uThermal, he's fully embracing mech, throwing down 2 more factories, throwing down 2 armories as well. So uThermal is just making it up, which is viable. I should also emphasize that. Seeing mech against Protoss is more of a rare sight in SE2, but is more standard in Brood War. Thanks to the Vulture. Like, the Vulture is just really versatile when it comes to harassing, when it comes to supporting. Like, the Vulture is I've seen something a lot of SE2 Terrans have wanted for a long time. I mean, in general, they also ask for units like the Goliath and stuff like that. Nah. Fortunately, never happened. You get the Cyclone, you know? It kind of has a similar role. Kind of. There we go. Just see uThermal, claiming his base, takes his third. uThermal, he will expand. Classic should be the first to max out. He's already at 150 or 140 supply, getting his fourth base, getting it saturated, massing up his gateway composition. For the time being, there's no splash damage, not yet, is getting into a mortar production, and Classic, we'll see if he can break the third. It's not going to be easy, pushing in all these spider mines, but the Observer's in position, and the Observer sees all the mines. So Classic, he's going for the kill. He's getting ready for the assault. And again, imagine this position with 4 more tanks. Remember, at the start of the game, 4 tanks did go down. Now they're not here. As spider mines, they do fall. Zell's now charging in after the mines are cleaned up. And uThermal's going to be broken. He's going to be broken. There's just not enough to defend. What, only 3 tanks? GG gets called, and Classic, he will break through. He will fight back and put a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, Classic, he will put a point on the board. He will fight back. We have a series. We have a back and forth. And again, this emphasizes uThermal. It was a very nice build initially that he showed off on Amygdala, but we cannot rely on that cheese. We cannot rely on that rush. I'm referring to the 2-rack stim timing. You did it once in the series, but now we got to pull it back a little bit and head for some other builds. And we're going to have to, as I'm excited coming into game 4, it's time for the island map. It's time for Neo Isles of Siren. If you've heard of this map before, if you've watched StarCraft Evolution, if you watched the stream, you know what's coming. It's beautiful, Pappy. It's beautiful. Spider-Mines were always that easy to counter. If you're referring to the fact that the Spider-Mine, the way that it works is that first it unburrows, then it detonates. That always was the case. So technically, you don't need detection to clean up Spider-Mines. But I mean, for good reason, because spider mines, they're on cooldown. They don't cost anything. I guess they cost a vulture, but a vulture has 3 spider mines to throw one down. But yes, that was always the case. It always unburrows, and if you have enough DPS, if you have a good enough reaction time, you can always target it down. But here we go. We're getting into our next map and spawning in the top left-hand corner of this 4-player map. Ooh, rocking the Brood War Protoss. We have the South Korean player here. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. I should say the random player rolling SE2 Protoss. So another PvP. Goddamn. Another PvP. From the Netherlands, it is uThermal. And welcome one and all to Neo Isles of Siren. Now, once again, to reiterate, uThermal chose, after losing the last game, he chose to play SE2, and for StarCraft 2, he is picking random. So he rolled random, and he rolled Protoss, and welcome to Neo Isles of Siren. What do we have? We have the main. We have the natural with a rich resting gas geyser. We have the third base also with a rich resting gas geyser. We have the fourth base, which is a little bit further out. You have to go around the edge of the map. You have to go around the edge of your island to get to that fourth base, but you have a 4-base setup. You have a 4-base setup, and typically it's a game of greed. And what did I just mention? Yes, this is a 4-player map with 5 islands. We have bottom right, we have top right, we have top left, and bottom left, and it is all split off by these small rivers. You basically have these canals that do split the map into quadrants. So because of that, you can only traverse from side to side with Nidus Worms, with Sky Toss, with Warp Prisms, with Drop Play, and I did mention the fifth island because there's a 5th island in the center. So there's a center island base with all this money, with all these resources that you can expand to. Now, because we're on an island map, it typically means greed. Nexus first. Nexus first out of uThermal. Likewise, Gate expand here by Classic. So Classic, he's going for a bit of a safer start, but the earlier tech means earlier Stargate. So Stargate opener by Classic. Classic, he delayed his economy in favor of the Stargate. uThermal, he delayed his Stargate in favor of the economy. So in the end, we're getting here in different ways. uThermal's going to be a little bit greedier, Classic going to be a little bit more aggressive, and both players are working, or should be working, towards SkyToss. Again, draw play is a big factor here. You don't have to play SkyToss on an island map. We have seen some mothership recall strategies from SE2, where you build up a ground army, then get a mothership, and then you just recall everything onto an island and just commit. We have, and you can reinforce with Warp Prism, of course, as well. So we have seen that style, but nah, it's going to be double Stargate here from uThermal, and we have a double Stargate from Classic. Corsair versus Phoenix. This is a dynamic that I actually haven't seen before. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I haven't quite embraced this. We do have the fleet beacon on the way here for Classic to help out with upgrades to potentially tech up even further. But yeah, we're gonna get SkyToss versus SkyToss. Let's go. On top of that, bearing in mind the players don't know where they are. They're scouting. This is a 4-player spawn map. They could be anywhere really. So Classic is looking for the expansion, is checking top right. Likewise, uThermal throwing out spotter pylons. And Classic confirms, okay, uThermal is not top right. He's checking bottom right instead. He's heading on over. We have +1 air attack on the way already here for Classic, so he will have the upgrade lead. And he's rushing into carrier. Oh my god, okay, that's what the fleet beacon was for. Rushing into carrier. This time less certain of. I mean, okay, there's a lot to get into. First, he confirms. He does confirm Phoenixes are amassing, and the Corsair is gonna get caught out. Corsair does force back the Phoenix, but there's a second Phoenix that's about to pop, and with that second Phoenix, then the Corsair can be chased down. But what I'm concerned by here, okay, the carriers are very tanky. They're very tanky, and if Classic can build up towards around 4 carriers, mate, he can overwhelm these Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they tickle carriers. So that's my biggest concern for uThermal, but he's gonna scout. Yeah, he's gonna scout, and he will see the carriers being morphed in. Big scout here for uThermal. He does spot the carriers. How does he respond? Unfortunately, he has no fleet beacon. Getting +1 air attack. He's still going to committing. He still has to commit here to Mass Phoenix. Now, I did mention something. How if the carrier count builds up to critical mass, then Classic will just win this game. But I would imagine that uThermal, he's hoping to try to dive in, and try to snipe a carrier ahead of time. We'll see if he can. Ooh, shield battery's done. Yeah, shield battery is done. Corsair does survive. The carriers are revealed. I mean, they were already revealed earlier. Okay, it's 2 carrier into Corsair. Okay. Corsair coming in to support the carriers. I do like this. It's like the carriers are the backbone of the army. Corsairs are here to help protect. Phoenix is they head for the mineral line. Bit of an awkward rally here from uThermal. Has to pull away, but he does get into the mineral line. Probes are falling. Ooh, he will lose the Phoenix though. We'll lose 1. Bearing in mind, Corsairs do splash damage. So uThermal, he has to pull away, has to back off. Has more Corsairs ability. I mean, that's the scary thing. Like, Phoenixes, they are so prone to stacking. So, in a head-on fight, do I favor Mass Corsair? I think I do. I think I do favor Mass Corsair against Phoenix, but we'll see as the army is forced back. Once again, uThermal taking more bases, getting into a 3-base economy. Likewise, so is Classic. uThermal now working on that fleet beacon. Now, when it comes to what uThermal's most likely working towards, I mean, this is probably going to be for Anion Pulse Crystals. Would I favor Phoenix with Tempest over Corsair Carrier? I think it's hard to say. Like, the attack rate of the Tempest, I mean, Tempests are amazing against Carrier, but it's only 2 carriers, so you probably don't want to get baited in. You don't want to get baited into making too many Tempest. But I'm still not entirely convinced here by the Phoenixes. I mean, again, as I mentioned before, just to reiterate, I haven't really seen the dynamic of Mass Corsair versus Mass Phoenix. Oh god, again, you can see the splash damage here. Like, it's, you have to pre-split. You have to pre-spread. And yeah, uThermal, he falters, he's going into Void Ray. This makes sense. Which is also prone to stacking, by the way. But uThermal, he's like, you know what? Mass Phoenix probably isn't going to work, so he's switching into Void Rays instead. Again, the Phoenixes, they take a lot of hits. They do get a mineral though. Nicely done here. Again, uThermal making use of his greater mobility. Takes down 1 Corsair, gets 9 probes. Likewise on the right-hand side. Ooh, he does take a big loss though. That was how many? That was 3. That was 3 Phoenixes going down. So uThermal, he deals some economic damage, but he does bleed out a lot of Phoenixes. Behind this is going into Mass Void Ray. He's getting to his Void Rays, but he's still not there yet. Oof, Phoenix is caught out once again. That's another 3, another 4 Phoenixes going down, and uThermal is in trouble. He's in trouble here, carries are moving forward. Corsairs that didn't shoot down, but that's what the carries are for. Again, they're the backbone of Classic's army. uThermal going for a counterattack. Likewise, both players going to be losing workers. Corsairs, they can camp the production. Oh, they can camp. They do find the Void Rays. They get 1. Yeah, they're going to get all 3. Yeah, the Void Rays go down. GG gets called, and Void Rays are not the answer. Classic, he will tie the series 2-2. Whew. GG. Does tie up the series. And with that, we are getting into a Game 5. Let's go. We're tied up. We're getting into Game 5. Whew. And again, uThermal, it did seem like he hasn't been... I was saying earlier how I haven't really seen this interaction of Sky Brood War versus Sky SE2. It looks like uThermal may be a little bit unfamiliar as well. He was like on the fly trying to figure out like, was he one against the Corsairs? Like Mass Phoenix wasn't going to work. He was trying to switch into Void Rays, but it was caught mid-transition. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We're going to Game 5. PvP, but this time we love to watch it. I love watching PvP in SE2. I appreciate it. I mean, I say that I like watching Korean PvP more so than European PvP. I like the more aggressive nature of it, personally. But that is leading us into our next game. We're going into game number 5. But yes, Stalker projectile does hit, is faster. I should say the attack rate of the Stalker is faster, right? When it comes to versus Spider-Man. If you hate Phoenix Wars, I'm watching that would be so vindicating. True, true. But yeah, the splash damage of the Corsairs are brutal. That's also why like Corsairs are an even stronger answer to something like Mutas as well, because Corsairs, they shut Mutas down so hard. Because as you imagine, Mutas, they're prone to stacking, right? They're so prone to stacking. But I guess you could argue that like there's a bit of a different dance in Brood War, because sure, like Mutas, they're prone to stacking, but that's where the Scourge comes in, and you try to like protect your Mutas with the Scourge. So there's like that back and forth. Here we go, we're getting into game number 5. Now we're going to be loading into one of the newer maps of the map pool. This is a more recently ported map from Brood War. Welcome to Holy World. And we've only seen this once so far on the channel. Only once. We casted Bjorn versus Skillis earlier last week on this map. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Holy World. We have the Brood War Terran. We have the Brood War Terran player himself. Forced into a tied-up series. We'll see if he can bounce back. From the land of the Netherlands, it is uThermal. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss rocking SE2. It is Classic. Tying up the series 2-2. Again, we are tied up. We are back and forth. And the question becomes, uThermal, do you have another build available? Because so far, every time uThermal has played a Brood War Terran, he has done the same build. He's gone 2 racks into Stim every time so far. It's happened twice. It's a bit of a trend. We'll see if he does it again. But welcome one and all to Holy World. This is a 4-player spawn map. We have the main, so we have bottom left, we have bottom right, we have top right, and we have top left. So 4-player spawn map. Now, what is interesting about this map, as you can see, there's something weird about the main. What's going on? The main base is on the low ground. It's a low ground main base, and the natural's on the high ground. So a really unique feature. This is something you don't see too often, but this is something that can come into play. So the naturals on the high ground, but on top of that, what do you have? You have a pocket third, bottom left. You have a pocket base here, bottom left, that is protected by your natural, and not just that, you have a pocket fourth base as well. You have a pocket base on the right hand side, but it's a pseudo pocket base because it can be attacked from the other side. So you can attack it from the other side, from the center of the map here as well. You can try to abuse this. So this is a risky base to take. On top of that, there are rocks. There are rocks here that do wall these areas in, just to make it a little bit more difficult to actually get to these areas early on in the game. But then you can knock them down, and then you can traverse between your bases quite freely. So you have these rocks, you have these ramps, you have your natural as well. Meanwhile, uThermal, he gambles, he does go for the cross scout, and he does get eyes on his opponent. And this time, racks expand. I appreciate it. Economic build. Racks expand into a factory. This time, a much more economic build here by uThermal. He's not going for the same sim timing. He is not a one-trick pony. He can play economically as well. I appreciate it. Do appreciate it here. Bunkers on the way. Marines are amassing. Likewise, Classic going for his own gate expand setup as well. Now, the other big feature, if you can see that, what is that lightning you say? Is that a storm? No, no, no. That is a disruption web. We have disruption webs in the center of the map. These are static. I mean, they're neutral. They affect all units in and out. And this does make it sometimes a little bit awkward to engage in the center. There is also a neutral CC, which I guess can become infested if there was a Zerg player involved. So there's a neutral command center. There's, of course, the pentagram of, not quite the pentagram, I guess the holy symbol of disruption. Well, let's go with those disruption webs. Of course, disruption webs, if you're familiar with SE2, they're kind of like blinding clouds. Where once you're inside them, you cannot quite attack, cannot take action. So they can impact fights in the center. As we do see, once again, mech out of uThermal. Once again, he's going to be prioritizing his vulture upgrades, this time going for a singular machine shop, so he's going to build up additional vultures early on into ion thrusters, followed by spider mines. As a reminder, ion thrusters, that is a speed upgrade here for the vultures. As uThermal, he is maintaining himself. So far, he's walled up. Third factory is on the way. Classic has yet to really confirm what's going on. The vultures have been hidden this entire time until now, and they slip out. Yeah, speed kicks in, they slip out. Classic does spot them, doesn't stop them though. And back at home, what do we have? We have two stalkers warping in. We have the shield battery as well. But because they're so fast, they can just rush past the stalkers. They can, and they will. Yeah, they rush on past it for the mineral lines. Oh, but there's three more stalkers back home. The recall. Yeah, did recall in time. Probes are going to be going down. That's still 4 worker kills and 2 vultures. They make it out. Whew. And what's important here isn't just the economic damage. Sure, 2 vultures for 4 probes is pretty good damage. More importantly, two of them survive. More importantly, he forced the recall. He forces Classic back. He gets some breathing room back at home. uThermal, he can take his faster expansion. Classic is taking his third, but uThermal is still not expanding. uThermal still on 2 bases, now working on spider mines, building up his tank count. Siege mode is already researched. Uh-oh. With Blink, though. With Blink, he can sneak up behind the army. He can go behind the base. Even into the main. Oh my god. He can go into the main base. Again, there's a downside here because it's on the low ground. The main base is accessible without detection, without vision, I should say. Yeah, Classic making use of the map. Again, usually you would need like a hallucination or an observer or something on the high ground to scout the main, but not here, not on Holy World. It's unholy. It's what it is. Oh my god. So stalkers have free reign here. Behind the bases, you can see uThermal trying to siege up. Oh, that's what the observer. Classic, he fully walls off. Spider-Man's popping off, but alas, not quite enough to kill a stalker. Stalkers are tanky. I appreciate the Spider-Mines, but alas, Classic does defend. uThermal still building up into bases. Third CC's on the way. uThermal setting up these Spider-Mines behind his army, just in case. Behind his main. Ooh, even trying to punish a blink. I love these spider mines. If Classic blinks, he's gonna get hit in the face. Spider mines, they will pop off. Now, of course, Classic can always recall. He sees. Yeah, he sees with the observer. He does spot this. He blinks past. Checks for the third. He knows he's being walled in. Oh. And uThermal is looking for the army. Oh, is spotted. Yeah, it blinks down to the low ground. The SU is going to be going down. Again, nice movement here by Classic. Shuts down some of the vultures. Oof. And this army's going to be cleaned up, but he's going to get one tank towards the end, just barely. Takes down a tank. Decent trades. And behind this, Classic taking a 4th expansion. Just a free 4-base setup here for Classic. We'll have a booming economy. Getting into a gateway composition. Mass Blink Stalker, Charge Lots, and Immortals. uThermal does move out. Does push. Prism getting ready here for a backstab. Prism into the main. And Prism going for the mineral line. And uThermal back at home. Does he have much to defend? Not much here. Not much in position. Thermal does get distracted. SCV's going down, and he's committed. Yeah, so much damage here. 9 SCV's gonna be falling. And we gotta go. He has to send it. Again, Classic just buying time, picking off a couple of vultures here and there, slowing down the push, delaying the siege. Zealots are cleaned up. Oh! Spider-Man's going off in the Zealots, forcing him with a friendly fire. Two force friendly fire. Tanks moving in. Oh! Once again, Zealots get on top of the tanks. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. 3 tanks going down. They get a 4th as well, and Classic will shut this down. We'll clean up the army. Takes down all the tanks. Ooh, we'll take a couple Spider-Mines to the face. Well, that was a big loss here for uThermal. And back at him, he's still dealing with the Zealots. He just couldn't reinforce. I mean, that's the big problem here, is that the reinforcements were stuck at home instead of bolstering the main army. He just couldn't keep pushing. The Prism does so much. And Classic is moving in. Again, still Zealots in the main. Still wreaking havoc. Pulling uThermal apart. GG gets called, and Classic, he will take a lead 3-2. GG. Classic, he was down 2-0, but the comeback has begun. Momentum in favor of Classic, winning 3 games in a row. And Classic, can he win the series? 1 more game is all Classic needs to claim the best of 7. Meanwhile, uThermal, he has to win this game to force the ace match. uThermal, he's up against the wall here. The pressure is on. And what is our next map going to be? Quickly double checking here. Purity and Industry. It's been a while. It's been a while. Purity and Industry is coming up next. This is an old Legacy of the Void map from back in 2020, if not 2021. It's been a while, been a long time since it's been in the map pool, but this map has been changed and adapted for StarCraft Evolution. So this is not a carbon copy of the latter edition version of this map. This has been changed, has been adapted. Here we go. Gotta wonder at the lack of anti-air. Yeah, unfortunately, there was nothing to do with the War Prism. You could argue that we could have made maybe some safety Goliaths, but even then, it would have been difficult to defend against that, to shut it down. Unfortunately, there was no starport, no like Valkyrie or Wraith or anything like that. I was very committed there by uThermal when it came to his style. And here we go, we're now getting into our next game as we have switched sides. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the SE2 player. Remember, for StarCraft 2, he's playing random and he rolls Zerg for the first time this series from the land of the Netherlands, living in the land of Mexico. It is uThermal. Hold on. I got you. Bam, beautiful. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, there we go. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player from South Korea leading the series Vita 2. He needs one more win to claim the series. It is a classic. Here we go. And again, Purity and Industry is an interesting map. Honestly, it was heavily vetoed. Back in the day when it was in the map pool, it was heavily vetoed. It only lasted like 3 months in the ladder map pool circuit. We very quickly got rid of it. And as you can see, there are certain features. We have slow zones. We have just a massive amount of slow zones in between the bases. It is very short rush distance by air. Slow zones, they help with that. Likewise, there's an island base that you can get to. Likewise, even though it's short rush distance by air, also short rush distance by ground. Very short by ground. We would often see a lot of cheese, a lot of aggression on this map. uThermal 3 hatch before pool. Oh my god. Hyper greed out of uThermal. 3 hatch before pool here. Very greedy. Very just very greedy here by uThermal. Very risky. Back at home, gate expanded to Cybercore, standard opener out of Classic. uThermal, he will get away with this. At least he should. Now, the downside here is how late the gases are, and Classic does take note of it. So, very late gases here for uThermal, as it is 3 hatch into pool, then into delayed gas. Now, because gas is so late, this usually means that uThermal is going to play more tech heavy. It means that we're going to skip link speed by the time we get into our gases and go into roaches. It's probably going to be a roach heavy style from uThermal. Meanwhile, Robo opener out of Classic. Okay, so gate into Cybercore into Robo, not into a second gateway, not into earlier gateway explosion. And this looks like a Reaver drop. This looks like a Reaver drop opener here. It's going to be Robo into a bay, into shuttle speed, into Reaver production. Which would make sense if there weren't slow zones. Like, the slow zones do complicate things, for sure. Will make it a little bit more difficult for the shuttle to actually maneuver between the bases. But we'll see how much it really does impact the build. As there's the bay, as we mentioned. There's the bay, there's a shuttle, into Reavers. So the build is coming together. Meanwhile, uThermal, he doesn't quite see this yet. He did see the more economic start, that is true, but he hasn't seen the main. He has an Overlord ready to scout though. He has an Overlord ready to dive in. Meanwhile, he's just droning. He's just now taking his gases, and he is actually investing into link speed. Okay. Players like Dark, players like SEL, usually they would just skip link speed and just go straight into roaches or straight into a lair. We can see here link speed and double lever chamber out of uThermal. This is a more unique variation. You don't often see double lever chamber against Protoss. Very curious. Meanwhile, we come with the full scouts. We get eyes on the Robo, we get eyes on the bay, and uThermal, he knows. He sees, he knows what's going on. He's now aware of the Reaver drop. Despite being aware, can he stop it though? That's the question. Overlord goes down. He's getting into 1-1 upgrades, plus on carapace. Interesting. I'm not too fond of this idea, but okay. And the scary thing here is that Lings are not as ideal against this. Again, this is not a disruptor drop, for example. What I mean by that is that the Scarab Shields, they can punish Mass Ling quite well. Shuttle does move in. So far, the Queen will zone. Shuttle speed does kick in. Oh! Going for the Queen. Takes 2 shots. Does take 2 shots. He wants the Queen. He wants it. And he gets it. Yeah, first Queen goes down. Nice pick off. Shuttle still no hull damage. Does check the 3rd location. And shot goes off on the Lings. That's what we did mention. How many Lings did go down? 7 Lings and a Queen so far. Shuttle takes a lot of hits though. Classic gets the back off. He has to regenerate those shields. So far so good. No economic damage. That's what matters. No economic damage here for uThermal. Getting another expansion is just going Mass Ling. Jesus. This could be Ling into Ultra, by the way. I'm curious if he goes for the lair into Infestation Pit. If he gets the pit after the lair, then he's going for Ultras. He's going into Ultras. Ling say rotate. Behind this going Mass Dragoon. I mean, Lings can do well against Dragoons, but the Reavers, they do complicate things. They're not at home, though. The surround! Yeah, nice surround here. The Dragoons are going to be locked down. Very nice catch here by uThermal. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, at least. I say that, he only got 2 in the end. They do barely scuttle away. Meanwhile, shots going to be going off. Oof. 10 drones. Oh no, 10! More than 10. 12 workers going to be going down. 13 even. Yeah, the Reaver drop is going uncontested. Shuttle takes a lot of hits. Can he get away? He can. Whew. Barely does get away. In the end, classic defense, he only loses 2 Dragoons. 2 Dragoons for what? 4 Dragoons in total, my mistake. 4 Dragoons for 40 Lings, 13 drones, and 2 Queens. And here comes Classic. And uThermal, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. Again, if they weren't Reavers, Mass Ling can do beautifully, but the Reavers, they support so well here. Because they punish Lings from bunching up, from massing. uThermal going for a counterattack instead. But we do have a wall. Oh, we don't want to waste Reaver shots so on the buildings. And GG gets GG. There's nothing at home. There's nothing at home to defend. GG gets called, and Classic, he will overwhelm. He will punish uThermal, and Classic will take the series 4-2. GG. GG, well played. Again, there's just nothing there for uThermal to defend with. He did go Mass Ling, and again, Reavers, they just chew up those Lings. There was potential with the surround, true. There was potential with uThermal surrounding the army, but we saw even then that the Dragoons, they were able to slip away, slip out of the surround, get behind the wall. Beautiful defense there, beautiful movement by Classic, and likewise, he does shut his opponent down. GG. GG, well played. Oh. And Classic, he will win the series, but it looks like we are leaving it up to the players here. If they want to, they can play at the final game. If they want to, they can play at the final game. Otherwise, yeah. It's all good. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he will claim the series, and he will win the best of 7. Congratulations here. Shout out to uThermal. uThermal, he had a lot of momentum early on, that is true, but because of the maps as well, they do facilitate for certain styles, for certain play styles. What I'm referring to, the island map, right? Neo Isles of Siren, uThermal, he did pick random, so he was locked into Skytoss versus Skytoss, and clearly you do have to approach it in a more unique way when it comes to Mass Corsair. Like Mass Phoenix or Mass Void Ray was not really working there against Mass Corsair, and you'd have to, yeah, personally, I'm not entirely certain as to the answer to that. If you have to go into a more ground-based composition, just because Corsairs can only shoot up, I would wonder if it's more viable to go into Blink Stalker as an opener instead against Brood War Protoss. I'm thinking, right? Because especially on the Isles of Siren, the rivers, the divides, I should say. The divides between the islands are very narrow. They're very small. They're very thin. Because of that, you can blink from one end to the other. So I can see that being viable for maybe punishing a player that's rushing into carrier. Maybe, but you need a lot of stalkers. You need a lot of stalkers. It'd have to be like, you know, for maybe like 2 base 6k blink all in, something like that. Like, I'm just thinking of like other possibilities. Or maybe even just going Phoenix into Archon support, or like Skytoss with Archon support as well. It's hard to say, but it's definitely something that needs to be explored, just because we don't really get to see it too often. It's a more of a unique kind of situation. Likewise, we saw Holy World. Holy World also unique in the sense that you don't need high ground vision to blink into the main, which is crazy, which I feel like forces more defensive play. Clearly, we did speak about it at the time, but clearly uThermal, he wasn't really intending to turtle on Holy World. He wanted to be more aggressive, but he was punished for that because of whether it was Blink or whether it was the Prism as well. It does feel like maybe you have to take a different role on Holy World just because of those features specifically of the map. Again, it's one of those things where the maps are pretty influential as to what playstyles are, I don't want to say viable, but what playstyles are a little bit stronger, right? And I feel like we did see that on Holy World, on Neo Isles of Siren. Likewise, Purity in Industry as well. We saw that I do favor the idea of going Mass Ling against Dragoon, but Classic, he was just so patient, right, with his Dragoons. He was, for the most part, staying at home, being more defensive, just taking these better trades before pushing as well. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Classic. Hydrate. True. Oh, hydrate. But GG, well played. And with that, we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here for 12 minutes, or even less than that at this point, of a 10-minute break. And what is going to be happening? We are going to be getting ready here for our next match, or for our next tournament, I should say. Up next is going to be the StarCraft Evolution League King of the Hill. It's going to be a King of the Hill style format. 10 players. 1v1s, best of ones. One player, the player that wins stays on, the player that loses is eliminated, and you replace them with another, then another, then another. So gonna head off for now, gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next broadcast. We'll have our next tournament. Again, congratulations to Classic, shout out to uThermal for showcasing some unique builds and for flexing his own style here as well. And I know that uThermal's quite fond of StarCraft Evolution, and I'm sure this isn't the last that we see of uThermal in StarCraft Evolution as well. I'm sure we'll see more of him. I'm sure we'll see more. But now we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something a little bit different, something a little bit special. Welcome to the very first edition of the StarCraft Evolution League King of the Hill #1. We just wrapped up with a best of 7 show match between uThermal and Classic. Did go the way of Classic in the end, congratulations. But now we do have something unique, a King of the Hill style format for StarCraft Evolution. Let's go. For those that are curious, what exactly is a King of the Hill style format? Basically, best of ones. This is purely a best of one. The winner stays on and the loser is eliminated, and then they are replaced with another player that is in reserve. So we have 10 players, 10 best of ones back to back to back to back, and we have our first best of one ready for us. And spawning in the right hand corner of Purity in Industry, we have the American Terran player, the Green Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Patches. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Korean Protoss, the Brutal Protoss, representing among SC2 players. It is Rebellion. Among SC2 people, that's it. Here we go. We are jumping in. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of one. Remember, it's only one game. Only one game. Which way will this go? We're here to find out. We're here to find out, baby. Here we go. Once again, Purity in Industry, we actually just wrapped up our previous show match on this map. It is one of the older maps of the map pool. It was back in the map pool back in 2020 in Legacy of the Void. And this has been a change and adapted a little bit here to what it once was. They've removed certain rooks. I think that's the only change. I'm not too certain as to the exact details of the changes. Likewise, speed zones or slow zones in between the bases, island available as well, but also very short rush distance. Very short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air as well. So because of that, aggression is favored on this map. Speaking of aggression, Patches does open up 2 racks. 2 racks opening here out of Patches. Probe Scout dips in, does take a gas steal even. Oh my god, does steal some gas. Does take the geyser and does not quite check further into the main. So far, this does look like an economic opener out of Patches, and Rebellion, he is none the wiser. So Rebellion's in the dark. Patches going for the factory. This tells us one base will win. One base will win out of Patches. One way or another, the game is going to end soon. Either Patches kills Rebellion or he dies trying. So far, he fully walls in, fully walls off. Marine reveal trying to focus on the geyser. Oh, SCEvo does get to the other side. Patches, he will defend. He will maintain himself. Factory's on the way. We can go for the starport behind this as well. First, Zell does move out across the map, and Rebellion is going to be opening up Robo into Bay into Reaver. So it's going to be a Reaver drop opener here out of Rebellion. We saw this out of Classic, actually. Yeah, true. Did see the same open, the same build out of Classic. Should be seeing it here as well from Rebellion. And again, for those who are just now tuning in, StarCraft Evolution is a game mod which does incorporate both StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft Evolution. They do pit the races against each other. Factory is done. Getting into a second factory. Oh my god! I thought it was going to be a starport, but never mind. And are we going Cyclone? That would make the most sense here. Going proxy either tank or proxy Cyclone. There it is. Cyclone is on the way. Rebellion does back off, did take down the Reaper. Ooh, that should not have happened, but the Reaper did fall to the Zealot of all things. Reaper did fall. Factories are building up. Back at home, we do see Patches just securing himself for the time being, building up more Marines and building up that Cyclone count as well. And so far, Rebellion is still unaware as to what's going on. Building up, getting to his shuttle, getting to his Reaver. Dragoons likewise building up as well. And we'll see if Patches can piece this all together. For now, Rebellion has no reason to scout, no reason to check the southern half of the map. And he's assuming there's a CC on the way, and the bunker is designed to sell that story. Basically, if Rebellion would try to poke in, and seeing this bunker shows that Patches is being defensive, and it insinuates that there's a CC behind us, when really there's anything but. Oh. Rebellion going for the island. Let's go. Going for the third. Took his natural, yes, but he's going for the island base as well. Ay, ay, ay. Este Rebellion. Let's go. Island base is on the way. Meanwhile, we are proxying Cyclone into proxy tanks, so making 2 tanks at a time, and most likely the boys should be pulled for this. The boys, they should be pulled to help support, to help buffer, help protect those tanks. For now, it looks like Patches, he wants to control the Zonaga, so he's going to take over the Zonaga and then commit. Probe goes down. Rebellion, he is yet to expand. Show us the boys. And the army has become activated. Patch is moving in. Rebellion has the high ground. Again, this is a brutal choke point to try to push into. But we can try to bypass that choke point by coming in from behind. Reaver jump in. Ooh, Reaver has arrived. Gets 4 CVs. And we pull the... Yeah, that triggers him into pull the boys. The boys have been pulled. Patches, it's all or nothing. Send it, Pappy, send it. The boys are being pulled. Rebellion's on the high ground. Oh, takes on the first Hellion. Oh, takes on the first Cyclone even. Barely not. Cyclone does survive. Tanks are revealed. Tanks coming from... Oh no, Miss Rally. No, Miss Rally. 1 free tanker is down. Yeah, massive pickoff. Tank does fall down to 3. Sorry, down to 2. Down to 2 tanks left. Remember, there's no economy. Cyclone goes down as well. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal pickoffs. As Patches, he's trying to make his way up the ramp, trying to force his way into that natural shield batteries on the way. Rebellion, he never expanded. He was about to, but never quite did. And he's benefiting from it. Oh, Rearshock going off. Nice with the tank. He gets 1. He gets 2. 2 shots go off. Tank falls. Still only 2 tanks left. Shield battery's almost done. And with the help of the shield battery, Rebellion, he should be able to break this. As now he's got 2 Reavers. There are 2 Reavers back. Oh my god, one's within range. Yeah, Scarab Shot going up. Massive. Oh my god, the connection. Massive connection on the bio. Marines go down, and there's nothing left to protect. Honestly, at this point, Rebellion, he can just break this. He can move out, he can break this position. And GG gets called. Patches, the writing was on the wall, and Rebellion, he will take the first game. GG. Whew. GG, well played at Rebellion. He will claim the first win here in tonight's King of the Hill. But a shout out to Patches. I appreciate that he had a unique build and he was able to hide it for so long. Unfortunately, the execution of the build was a little bit lackluster, losing a free tank early on, taking a massive Reaver shot to the face, of course, with a Scarab Shot even. And alas, we saw that Rebellion did just chip away at the army over time. If Rebellion had gotten a third, if he had gotten a third Nexus, then maybe that could have worked a little bit better. I mean, resources would have been spent on the economy instead. But alas, Rebellion, he was playing safe. He was playing a little bit safer here, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Rebellion does claim the first win, and the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? As we are setting up. And I believe the next player should be 3 points, if I'm not mistaken. As we are switching on over. Are switching over again. Rebellion, he is now our King of the Hill, and we'll see if he will maintain that throne or if he gets shut down. See if someone else can knock him off said throne. Pressure is on. But I believe we have a couple of players stepping up to the plate. I believe we have players like 3 Point. I did notice Prome earlier as well. We're gonna have a maximum of 10 best of ones. Getting ready here for our second matchup. Just have to re-download the maps. Let's go. Have to re-download. Catching up in the chats. Hello, Turbo Quacker. Hello, hello. Exclamation mark Patreon. True, true. You can support us via Patreon if you wish. True. If you wish. It does help support our tournaments. All good, Cromwell, when it comes to the pylon. It's all good. But yeah, I do know we have Prone, we have 3 points. Uncertain as to the other players. I know that this is the first kind of edition, the first kind of rendition of this event, and because of that, there might be some teething issues, or some of the other players might not be fully aware of what's going on. But hopefully we can get a full set of 10. Hopefully. Feature as much as we can. And again, the way that the format works here is that the current King of the Hill, which is Rebellion, he will get 1 veto. He'll get 1 veto, and the Challenger will pick the map from there. The Challenger will pick maps. Will pick the kind of staging ground for their best of 1. From any other map of the map pool. So just 1 veto for Rebellion. And, ooh, it looks like our map may have just been chosen. Okay. Also, I believe that is not 3 points. No, it is. Never mind. So just asking for his team, because I do notice that he's on clan, or sorry, he's on team A2P in game. Don't know if that's a new change or not. Trying to figure that out. And Frostline is going to be our next map. Frostline is a current ladder map in the current SE2 map pool, I should say. But it has been changed. For StarCraft Evolution. I think specifically they got rid of a liberation spot. There's a liberation spot that can harass the natural, I want to say, maybe the main base. They have gotten rid of it. Just because it is more difficult to deal with that when playing against Brood War. There we go. We're getting into our next game. Otherwise, hope you're all doing well. This is our second event of the day, and we do have another event later on in the evening. We're going to be casting Duckling Open. Duckling Open is our monthly amateur event for Diamond players. So it is our monthly amateur event. And that is going to be in a couple of hours, actually. It's going to be in like 4 hours time, something like that. In around 4 hours. So the StarCraft will continue. I won't be casting that event, I'll be adminning. That event instead. Sorry, did I say 4 hours? In 6 hours. 6 hours time. Here we go. We are hopping on over into Frostline. So apologize, we had to switch servers. We had to switch servers over to Korea. Make sure everything was okay for our Korean matchup. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the SE2 Zerg, the Red Zerg. It is a 3 point for for Hyper 1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Brutal Protoss once again, the current King of the Hill. It is Rebellion. Here we have our Korean on Korean action. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will take this best of one. Again, 3-point versus Rebellion, 1 game on Frostline. But now we are setting up. Looking like a more standard opening here out of 3 points. I say that it's setting up for hatch first. Is going hatch first. Most likely hatch pool, maybe even to a gasless opener. We'll keep an eye on 3 points. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Rebellion just going for its own gate expand setup here. And again, we expect the same kind of build that we saw from Classic against uThermal. We expect, Dragoon opener into Reaver drop. That is the go-to in a lot of matchups, actually. We could see some charge-based play, but again, Reaver drops are very common, very meta. Very meta. And as we assumed, it's hatch pool, late gas. And we might even go for a third base before any gas geyser. So we'll see how greedy 3-point plans on being. Rebellion, he did see the later spawning pool, the earlier hatchery. Pulling away for now. Does open Zealot. Zealot is rallied across the map, true. So with this early Zealot, because Zealots are so tanky, they do so much damage, especially the Brood War Zealot, you can try to get some economic damage. The goal here is to get into the mineral line, to deny mining, and to maybe get a drone kill. As the Zealot does power walk across the map. See what he can get done. Does move out. West 3-point, he did not take a third base, but still no gas, still just droning. So just going to be droning on 2 bases. Zealot has arrived, the Queen is out in time thanks to the earlier hatchery in the earlier pool before the gas. Queens are out. And the Queens do defend. They deflect Zealot. And I have to eat my words. I was expecting a prison-based opener with, of course, the shuttle with the Reaver, but no, it is going to be charge instead. It is going to be the Citadel of Adun. Now, the Citadel, as opposed to in regular SE2 where you have to make a Twilight Council to get into charge, instead you make a Citadel to get into charge instead. There you go, charge is on the way. And we might even be setting up for a 2-base all-in. Yeah, here we go. The proxy gates are thrown down. Sorry, proxy robo even. Wait, what? Are we going for a Zealot drop into the main? That's what I'm leaning towards here. Third base now being taken. Gases for the first time as well. Because the gases are so late, what does that mean? No link speed. No link speed. Likewise, no roaches either. It's going to be proxy robo into proxy Reaver. As that is a bay back at home. Interesting. So the bay is thrown down. We go for the proxy Reaver. Proxy drop. Looks like, again, because gas is so late, it is very common to skip link speed, so we have roaches on the way instead for a 3-point. So very greedy style here by 3-point, and it can be punished for it. Can be punished. So I guess I don't have to eat my words. If you recall, at the start I was like, oh yeah, it's just probably going to be a Reaver opener. It wasn't, but we got there in the end. The charge ults are revealed. I should say the speed zelts are revealed. They don't really have charge. They make their way across the map towards that third base. We can see 3-1 has been so greedy, just droning up. He's been droning. Roach Warden is now done. Spine Crawl is being thrown down. Queens, they respond, and these zelts, they get into the mineral line. But can they get any workers? Well, they will get the Spine Crawler. Spine Crawler is cancelled. The zelts, they pull away. Meanwhile, that first Reaver has arrived. Making his way into the main. Does make his way in. Zealots, they distract at 3 points, and at the same time, here comes that drop. Is he distracted? Not quite. He is paying attention. Does respond, does react. Up! Doesn't pull away. 3 drones going down. So far, good economic damage. Oh my god, it gets up to 4. 4 drone kills. In the end, and that was good damage, but was that enough to justify this? To justify the proxy? So far, I would say no. So far, 3 point he holds. He still has a 10-worker lead, getting a lair, getting to his own Eva chamber, into more Queen Roach. And this time he's on patrol. This time he's ready. Shuttle has to pull away. And behind this Rebellion, he's switching and transitioning into Master Dragoon. Dragoon range, Dragoon production. Didn't get too much damage, taking up even further into Temple Archives. Again, a lot of tech here for Rebellion on 2 bases. Oh. So let's move forward. Meanwhile, you have double Reaver. Roaches that can be punished. Shots going off. Nice splits. Nice last second splits there from 3 point. Does pull away. Meanwhile, we're going for the upgrade. Oh my god. A couple of roaches go down. Eva chamber does survive. I mean, that's the added difference here. This is why whenever we talk about the Reaver is more of a cross between the Disruptor and the Immortal, because it can just chunk away at buildings as well. Unlike the Disruptor, which is, again, more against units. More so than buildings. Oh. Reaver going up. Does run away. Barely rotating around. Likewise, behind this with that Temple Archive, Storm is in production, but we're still in 2 bases. The 3rd base is now being taken. At least Rebellion maintains map control. He's just keeping 3 point pinned, but 3 point he's done droning. He's cutting workers here at 56. He is not saturating his natural. He's making purely roaches. So 3 point is going for basically a 3 base all in. I say basically, it's really under 3 base all in. He's under 3 base economy, under 3 base saturation. Just massing up roaches, and he's just going to send it. It's all or nothing for 3 point. Is rallying across the map, is committing. Rebellion getting his 3rd base. 3 point, he sees it. He wants it. Gonna catch out the army. Ooh, yeah, the Dragoons are getting pounced upon. Massive catch here for 3 points. Oh no, the High Templar, he gets 1. He's gonna get all 3. All 3 High Templar go down. Massive miscontrol there. Massive misrally from Rebellion. And without those storms, I mean, the Reavers are good, but storms alongside this would have been better. And last 3 point, he will knock down the expansion. Goes for the mineral line. Probes are falling. Nice splits there against those Scarab shots. And 3 point is overwhelming. Yeah, the 3 base all in, it does overwhelm. He's just pulling Rebellion apart again. Rebellion, he was just taking up so much. He never got his 3rd base up and running. The first storm does connect. A decent storm on the roaches. Oh my god, a lot of roaches. Oh my, it lasts so long. The storm does well, but remember, we lost 3 High Templar earlier. It was just the 1 storm. Oh my god, the Scarab shots are still solid. But there's nothing left. There's nothing else left here. Just the Reavers. Roach Ravager, they break their way through that front door. They bust in. And 3 point, he will take the natural and take the game. As the natural is compromised. Another storm of the roaches. Again, they shut down the roaches quite well. Mate, the Brood War Storm puts the SE2 Storm to shame. God, ironically, it's crazy. Another Scarab shot here on the Ravagers. Nicely done. But alas, it's still game-ending damage. Still game-ending. 15 workers falling. And GG gets called. There's nothing remaining here to support the Reavers, and 3 points will take game number 1. Or will take down Rebellion and claim that throne. He's our new King of the Hill. GG, well played. 3 point, he is our new King of the Hill. He does take the win. And with that, we'll see if he can be stopped. We'll see if he can be slain, as we have another Protoss rising to the challenge. Up next is going to be another South Korean Protoss player. Up next, the challenger is going to be Prome. Fun fact, I was actually laddering against Prome yesterday. It was, oh, sorry, the day before that. It was very smooch, very smooch. Prome, of course, I'll say a semi-pro player. He doesn't ladder on NA very often, but he happened to be laddering as I was streaming, and we did hit each other. It was very sad, and he was very kind about it as well. because he recognized me, thankfully. I was like, oh no, not like this. He's like, oh, do you just want me to leave? I'm like, no, it's okay, it's okay. You can clown on me, papi. It's fine, it's fine. Smooch. So here we go. We're getting ready for our next setup, for our next round, for another ZVP. Zerg versus Protoss. If we don't get any other players, right now we have our 4 players, right? We have Rebellion, Patches, 3-Point, and Prome. In total, we were ideally going to have 10 matches here, but if we don't have any other players available, then we will most likely start reviving. We'll start reviving players to replace them, to replenish them, and to keep this going. That is the plan. Ooh, as Prome, he is going for Neo Isles of Siren. Let's go. We're going for the island map. Interesting. Is he going for SE2 Protoss or Brood War? I would imagine SE2, right? Let's see. What are we going for? It's catching up with the chat. He delayed a Singularity charge that long. He did. Again, because he opened charge into a proxy, to be fair. I don't think it's standard to delay it for that long. It was just because of the build that he'd gone for the initial Zealot legs timing and with the initial Reaver drop. Those are some sick Scarabs though. They were really sick. 6 Scarab shots. And a nice storm as well. The problem was, of course, remember the lead up to that, there was 3 High Templar being thrown away for free in a sense. There was no third base saturation either, just because of the delayed third, because of all the tech, because of the robo, the charge, the Dragoon production into Storm. Like, it was just very tech heavy there from Rebellion, which is why the third base was so late, which is why he couldn't really sustain himself against that all-in. There's a lot that came into play. But here we go, we're loading into our next game, we're loading into our next setup here. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-Point, the current king of the hill. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have its opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the SE2 Protoss, representing among SE2 players. It is Prome. I think. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of 1, as we load into our island map. Again, this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, bottom left, and top left as well. You can spawn in either location, and each location has its own island. Again, we have 4 islands here. They're divided by this thin kind of river between all the islands. Does split them up, does cut them into quadrants, of course. And we have the center island as well. Now, coming into this, we gamble a little bit. 3-Point, he does scout top left and bottom right with the overlords, and he will immediately come across Prome. So 3-Point, he will scout Prome. Prome, meanwhile, he has yet to confirm the Overlord. This is the thing here, the vision of the Nex is smaller, is shorter than the vision of the Overlord. So 3-Point sees Prome, Prome does not see 3-Point. So currently a one-sided scout. It is very common to open up Stargate. Likewise, because you're on an island, what do we see? 3 hatch. 3 hatch before pool. Very greedy build here by 3-Point, as the Probe now confirms the Overlord. And the pylon as well. So now Prome knows where his opponent is, as he sees the trajectory of that Overlord, so he knows that, of course, it came from the top right, and likewise all about that greed. So from here, 3-Point, he has struggled on island maps. In general, Zerg players, they do struggle here. What can he do? Can he go into Lair, into Phoenix, into Mass Muta? The problem with that is that Prome should be opening Stargate, Mass Phoenix anyway, so already hard countering Muta play. The other option here is to go into Mass Hydra Nidus, which we have, even Hydra Droplord Nidus, which we have seen with mixed success from 3-Point. So that's what I'm leaning towards, is like Hydra Tech and potential drop play and Nidus play. But we'll see. As the Cybercore is done, and we should soon be seeing... Oh, that's a third base. Triple Nexus here before tech. What's it gonna be? It should be the Stargate. There it is. Stargate's on the way. But again, it's all about that greed. Remember, we're on islands. We're on islands, so there's nothing threatening the bases. That's why the Protoss can be greedy. That's why the Zerg player can be greedy as well. I would say that the Protoss greed will kind of, in a way, trump the Zerg greed. It is not uncommon to play gasless even on standard maps or macro maps. So on the one hand, yes, the Zerg player is being greedy, but the Protoss is meeting, if not exceeding, that greed. And there it is, double Stargate open. It should be double Stargate Mass Phoenix out of our Protoss player. StarCraft 1 or skins, StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2. Once again, just for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, this is StarCraft Evolution. This is a unique mod that features Brood War versus SE2. So it's SE2 Protoss against Brood War Zerg. Now, I assumed it was going to be Hydra Tech, but that is a lair. Now, in Brood War, Hydra Tech is actually hatch based, so rushing into a lair here tells us it probably is going to be a Spire, and we could see some Scourge. We could see Scourge Muta here out of 3 point. What are the other options though? Again, that's mainly what's coming to mind, unless we do plan on going for the early Nidus. True, I guess that's also behind hatch tech, sorry, behind lair tech. Phoenixes are revealed. We have sunken spores on the way, or I should say creep colonies into spore colonies. And there it is, Hydra. Okay. This is what we assumed from the beginning. It's a bit of a later Hydra, but I guess you can delay your Hydra Tech just because you're just being as greedy as possible here. So it's going to be lair first into Hydra. And to reiterate what we said at the start of the game, we assumed it was going to be Hydra drop play with Nidus support. And there it is. We have Pneumatized Carapace on the way, or I guess eventual sacks on the way. So they're going to be coming hand in hand to get into Drop Lords. So it's going to be Hydra Drop Lord as we are building up. Phoenixes, they poke in, they scout double Evo chamber, so that is the big tell that it's going to be ground-based composition. And this is where I would want to see something like a Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss, because Mass Phoenix can struggle against Mass Hydra. It's the same against Bio composition, for example, where what are you going to do? Like, lift all the Marines individually? Like, no shot. So the Hydras are building up. We have the Queen's Nest on the way. Again, the Hydras, they will need Defiler support when it comes to those Dark Swarms. So Defilers are going to be necessary here. There we go, Vengeful Sacks on the way. That is for Drop Lords. Building up. Likewise, more Phoenixes amassing. Another Stargate on the way, Fortune +1. I am concerned if Prome does continue with just pure Mass Phoenix. I guess this kind of works. The goal for Prome should be to hunt down the Overlords. If he can deny the Overlords before the Hydras are able to drop in, then maybe. But outside of that, it's going to be difficult. Meanwhile, here we go. Queen is on the way. So the Queen in Brood War is very different as opposed to the Queen in SE2. The Queen is kind of like the Infestor in a way. I mean, it has its own unique spells. I should emphasize that. It's a spellcaster, and more importantly, it has the Ensnare ability, which is similar to the Fungal Growth. Ensnare does last longer though. It has a longer duration than the Fungal Growth. I believe it doesn't do any damage, but it does slow the army. It does lock it down for the Hydras to pounce on top of the Mass Phoenix. And you can see here the Queen is hunting for that Ensnare. I do believe that we should have switched into a Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss though. Like, we have too many Phoenixes, it's taken too long. Like, in a head-on fight, like, I don't think that Prome can deal with this. Yeah, here comes the Mass Hydra drop. Queen coming in. Oh, looking for the Ensnare. Not quite able to connect yet. Again, he's just distracting. Just a big distraction here. The Doom Drop is coming. Likewise, we see the max expansions here as well. Prism is aware. Now we're walling up, but it's too late. It's too late. We're throwing down the wall. The Queen does fall. Massive pickoff. But here comes the Doom Drop into the center expansion. Fourth base goes down. The entire mineral line just evaporates. Hydras, they try to engage. Lifting up one Hydra at a time, but the Hydras, they start to step in, and the Phoenixes, they cannot deal with this. They cannot lift up these Hydras individually. I mean, they're trying to, I should say. Like, they can. But the trades are brutal. Oh my god. Trades are brutal. Hydra's moving in, hunting down the cannons. Phoenixes once again going for a dive. Not being punished. That's another 1, 2, 3, 4 Phoenixes falling. And all we need is reinforcements. Where are the reinforcements? We need more Hydras. Get them over. We need more. We need to reinforce. There we go. There we go. Ducklings down on the way. We need to reinforce this army. Hydras are being picked up. And you can see here the reinforcements are stuck on their island. They're stuck on their island. This is why Nida support would be important. Instead, we do see our Zerg player going into double Spire. Huh. Interesting. Now we're loading up the Ducklings, but again, this feels a little bit late. It feels like 3 Point has lost some momentum, but he did kill a base. Did deny a mineral line and the expansion. And here comes the second wave, the second drop. How many Phoenixes were lost? That was 15 Phoenixes going down, and there's 14 left. So the Phoenix count was cut in half. Oh, does catch a Ducklings. Nicely done. Gets 1. Gets 2. This is what he needed. This is, oh my, getting all 3? Getting 4? Getting everything? Jesus. 3, 4 Ducklings going down. That's a lot of Hydras falling. Very nice catch. And this is what Prone was hoping for previously. And he's still going Mass Phoenix. Meanwhile, Double Spire should be for Greater Spire and Devourers. Yeah, Greater Spire's on the way. Oh, there we go. Greater Spire's on the way. This should be for the Devourer. Basically, for those that are curious, the way that Hive Tech works here, in SE2 there's only the of course Broodlord, right? There's a Broodlord that you morph in from a Corruptor. Here in Brood War, the mutas that can morph into Guardians or Devourers. One is anti-ground, the other is anti-air. Meanwhile, Hydras get called out. Prome, he's holding his own. Meanwhile, we do see basically another base now infested here by 3 Point. Has taken over an island. So he's on a solid economy. Phoenixes they're gonna try to punish, but there are so many spores set up. Spore colonies are ready. Hydras, they get into the mineral line, they will distract Prome. Prome gonna be forced back home. Workers are falling. Nice, a drop here by 3 Point. And here come those mutas, alongside some Scourge. So we have Scourge on the way, mutas are amassing, and they will soon morph in. Now I'm curious, there's an argument to make either Guardian or Devourer here. Guardians, they're siege units, so they can try to work their way through all these cannons from the other island. Otherwise, Devourer would be a little bit stronger, at least single target against the Phoenixes. I mean, that's a little Scourge. We can just go Scourge Guardian, true, right? Like pure like Scourge Guardian Hydra. That's a lot of Jesus. That's 20 Scourge on the way. That's a lot of Scourge. I would say the Scourge will be less effective against Tempest, but there's no Tempest, right? There's no Tempest. Hydras, they drop in once again. They get 13 probes. Here comes the initial drop. They're going for a link drop. And Probe is just getting pulled apart. He's getting pulled apart at this point. He's not ready for that further tech. Now we have Carrier on the way. I mean, it's better than nothing. Carriers will help. But again, the tech is late. It's all late tech here for Prone. Meanwhile, 320 supply blocked. Ooh, is supply blocked? Is he just committed to Mass Scourge Muta? No shot. Okay. Let's go. Phoenixes move out. They do spot the mutas. I mean, hey, if we can ensnare, I mean, that's all that matters, right? We can ensnare the army and then scourge it up. Oh, speaking of, yeah, there it is. There it is. Massive catch. Ensnare pops off. Phoenix is going to be going down. Gets a good chunk. And, oh, barely, it doesn't quite get the other. It gets the ensnare, but alas, the Phoenix, they will bully this. And this is why I assumed we're going to be seeing Devourers at least, because the mutas, they're getting bullied by the Phoenixes. But they are being bullied back. So many mutas going to be going down. Where were the Devourers? Or anything else? Oh my god. As we're still making more mutas. Okay. I'm not convinced, but okay, the drop play can still be quite effective though. June drop into the main. Making 11 more mutas. Let's lift up all the links. Shoving in towards that main base. Carriers, they will help a little bit better against this. Servos are being shut down. Still getting 15 probes though. And there it is. This is what I was waiting for. This is why I was a little bit shocked earlier. Devourers are now morphing in. This is what we were missing previously, as mutas were just being bullied. Let's see the morph. Devourers are on the way. Ah. Disgusting. So it's going to be Devourer Scourge Queen alongside drop play as well. We have a couple of mutas in the mix. A bit of a kitchen sink of an army, not going to lie. As Phoenix, they do hit the mineral line. At the same time, here comes the Master Junior up into the main. Probe out of position, he's racing on over. Racing back over. Cannon's going to be going down. Carriers are at home. They can respond. Carriers, they will support. Likewise, Adrenal on the way here for 3 point. And we're building up more Devourers. Almost every muta has morphed into... Every muta is morphed into a Devourer at this point. Jesus. That's a lot of Devourers. We have how many? We have 19 so far. Soon to be 21. 21 Devourers. What do? They devour it back. Ah. If Guardians are crabs, are Devourers lobsters? A little bit. They don't have claws, but they have the lobster body, for sure. They have the lobster body, at least. They're like clawless lobsters. Well, they're just fat mutas. Look at them. Jesus. Hefty mutas, mate. We got thick. Meanwhile, Link Drop once again is going to overwhelm, takes down an expansion. This time they have Adrenal, they're cracked. Yeah, the cracked links, they dive in. Once again, we have to lift up the links one at a time. This is the equivalent of like picking up like a bowl of like dry uncooked rice, like 1 grain at a time with chopsticks. Like, Jesus, and it's doing it. It's impressive, very impressive. So here we go. We'll lose an entire mineral line in the process and an expansion though. Base goes down, so does the mineral line. Drinking water with chopsticks? Picking up grains of rice back. Grains of rice. One at a time. One at a time. And once again, the goal here is to ensnare. Oh, to catch the army. Oh, ensnare goes off. Massive catch. Oh my god, the Scourge! The Scourge dive in! And with that, we just collapse on the army. There's no escaping this. Devourers, they can target fire. Oh my god. They can target fire the carriers. They get 1 so far, but we're on A move. There we go. Second carrier goes down. Devourers, they have to back up. They pull away. Jesus. Their single target DPS is huge. It's insane. He one-shot the carrier. Speaking of, yeah, he's one-shotting carriers at this point. He gets another. So let's move forward. As carriers are going to be going down. The Scourge, they just dive in. They A move forward. Last Devourers, they have to back up. They have to pull back. They're lacking support. They are lacking that support. Alas did lose all of his queens, so there's no more ensnare. Has to pull away. As you can see, the attack rate of the Devourer is very low. Or very slow. Yeah, low. Low makes sense. So low attack rate. Takes a long time to build up that shot. A shout to Avex, letting us know some of the stats here. The Devourer's attack, each stacks adds +1 damage to a max of 9. There you go, there you go. They stack back. From here, 3-point building back up his spellcasters. More queens on the way for those ensnares. More mutas to replenish those Devourers. Speaking of, oh! Queens aren't quite ready. They're not ready yet. Calm down. As the main armies do dance with each other, we go for the Doom Drop once again. Link Drop into the main. And Promi lost the expansion. He lost his island. To lose the islands, and likewise more bases going down. These Link Drops, they're brutal. And Promi has to race back home. He's out of position. And he's still building up more carrier, by the way. Still more carrier. And overtime 3-point is now infested bottom left. He's going for the final island base. Just out-mining here. Out-mining Prome. Taking more expansions. Prome just cannot max out. He doesn't have the economy for it. Even the Fleet Beacon goes down. And the drops continue. We just keep dropping. We just keep on dropping time and time again. And you can see, like, once the ball starts rolling, once bases start going down, it's so difficult to rebuild. You can see the probes are here to replenish these bases to try to resaturate. But now there's Zerg everywhere. Now there's, the infestation. It's gotten here. Oh, nice catch. Nice catches on these Dropper Lords. 2 of them go down. Phoenix have to get the hell out of here. Oh my god, nice catch. Yeah, it does capture the Phoenixes. Prome, not quite too attentive enough. We'll lose everything here. Every Phoenix goes down. And the Prism is... Oh god, oh, the Prism. The probes. Everything falls. And 3-point. Is he finally going to win a game on an island map? Historically, 3-point, he has like a 0% win rate on island maps, whether it's Neo Isles of Siren or the previous island map as well. He's lost game after game after game, but not here. Not against Prome. He's popping up, he's crazy. I can't remember what the previous island map was. Hold on. Trying to recall. Let's see here. StarCraft Evolution League 1. Paradox, that's it. Paradox 2. Paradox, that was the other one. That's also where 3-point would take a lot of losses. I mean, we're not through this yet. Like, Prome still has a terrifying army, true. He's got 13 carrier. But the problem is that he can't just A move in, because if he does, he will lose everything to the Scourge. Like, the problem is the Scourge, they do deny any kind of dives from Prome, so Prome has to play it slow. He has to play it slow. If he gets too excited, then bam, ensnare Scourge, right? Or ensnare and everything. Speaking of, instead of popping up, ooh, Scourge, they dive in, they don't go for the Phoenixes, they go for the carrier instead. Ooh, I'm not sure if that was the best move. So the Phoenixes, they survive. They do survive. Again, the Scourge, they detonated on the carriers instead. And that was 1. Sorry, 6. Jesus, that many. 6 carriers went down for a 60 Scourge. But hey, 6 may have gone down. We still have 7. 7 carriers remain. And the Phoenixes, they're here to support. They're here to zone. To zone away the army. To protect the carriers. Pro moving in. Getting into the main. Going for the heart of the Zerg. Oh! Likewise, Devourer, their range is quite small. And the being shut down. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 Devourers going down. They're on the run. Getting up to 4. Getting oh my god, getting everything. Yeah, he does catch out all the Devours. Massive Eagles, the Scourge, they do come in. Oh my god, but that's what, 6, 7, 8 Devours. These are expensive. Since the losses at the same time, massive Junior drop into the main. We're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. The problem here is that there's not many bases left here for Prome. He's gonna have to recall. Eventually, he'll have to recall back home. As Prome, he was able to shut down how many? Oh, sorry, 7. I think went up to like 9, but no, 7. 7 Devours. Did go down. Meanwhile, he catches out all the Spires, the Greater Spire as well, all the Tech, the Hive, the Queen's Nest. And then he needs to recall, otherwise he will lose. Like, he can't lose these buildings. I mean, losing this expansion is not the biggest of deals. I guess there's no mining, right? There's no saturation, but he cannot lose that center base. Forge on the way to rebuild cannons. Sporting pools being rebuilt. We have some defilers back at home. Okay, you have defilers. Jeez, that's a lot of spores. Oh my god. That's a lot of spores. Spore colonies, they're buying time. They're not killing carriers, but they're trading against interceptors. Prome has minerals though. Does have minerals. He can replenish. He can rebuild. Ooh, one of the carriers gets... The carrier! Oh no! It's being targeted! Oh my god, it gets so low. It gets incredibly low towards the end. Does survive. And here we go. He's going for the final buildings. Now we don't have to recall. We're right next door. True. Right next door. Should lift every Hydra. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. They're cracked. These are cracklings. We lift up a probe. There we go. Army gets lifted. All right, what do we have left to work with? We have mass spore. Mass spores on the way. We have a couple of Scourge, a couple of Devours left over. There is no Spire. But there are Hydrodens. Okay. There are Hydrodens, no Spire. Probe, we're going to work through these bases. We have to deny mining. I believe there's no Queen. Yeah, there's no Queen, there's no spells to get involved. Except for these Defilers. Defilers, they're coming in. Powers, they move forward. Yeah, the Phoenixes, they're here to shut this down. They get one. One of the Devours. Dropping towards that final base. There is a recall, it wasn't used. Recall is still available. Devours are going to be thrown away. Every single one is going to fall. Massive pickup, massive catch, but here comes a drop. Here comes that Hydra drop alongside Dark Swarm. And we have to turn back around. Dark Swarm gets placed. Ooh, mass lift though. Yeah, they get lifted out of the Dark Swarm. True. You can lift them out of the swarm. And with that, Prome, he maintains the base. He can expand, by the way. He can take another. Catching up more Hydras. Catching up more Hydras. There is one Hydra left, slipping into the base. He slips in. I'm so anxious because there's only one expansion. I would love to see a robo for a shuttle, sorry, for a prism, just to get one probe to take the center base, take the center expansion, or take any expansion really, just so we have another nexus, just in case. Like I'm so anxious for probe. Meanwhile, we have mass Hydra with Dark Swarm, of course. There it is. Dark Swarm gets thrown down. Ooh. Lego on the interceptors. Did he get locked away? Magnus carries him move out. Oh, that's a lot of spores though. So many spores. He's just running out of interceptors here. He's running out. There it is. Robo's on the way. He's going for the prism. So we can finally expand. But breaking these locations is going to be so difficult. Whether it's this base here has less spores, but bottom left, these fresh island bases are just so secure with so many spores. These bases less so, but there's less mining going on, right? Like this base is mined out here. There's still value. He's expanding. Mate, take the center island, Papi. Oh, wait, he's crazy. I mean, I guess he's expanding with his army, true. But this is a bold move here. If we had Tempest, then I'd be all for it. But I mean, we never got into Tempest production. Stargate's on the way. Ooh, he's out of money. He is mined out. Another drop's coming in. Ducklings gets spotted. Did he notice? He did. He noticed. He noticed. Oh my god. Takes down all the Dropper Lords. Nice catch here. Very nice catch. Shuts down the Dropper Lords. Este Prome. Taking the expansion. Catching out straight Hydras as well. There were Devourers in there, by the way. Sorry, there were Defilers in those drops, by the way. There were 2 Defilers in the Dropper Lords. So did catch them out. And Prime, he does have a mineral bank at least, so he can be a little bit wasteful when it comes to his interceptors. A little bit. See, this is where we invest into the lurker upgrade, because we have Hydras, and then we get lunkers to like attack this mineral line from the other side, to like or at least attack the gas. I think you can attack the gas geyser, maybe from here. Oh, there it is. He's Papi. Great minds. Lurkers are being researched, so we're investing into lurkers. So we have a Hydra Lurker Devour. Sorry, I keep saying Devour. Hydra Lurker Defiler here out of our Zerg player. And again, he has mining. He has these very, very fresh bases. Prome is on 1. Prome, he can take that center base. It's still available to him. Does he have a prism? How did he get here? How did he get here? Wait, what? Oh. Darkstorm popping up. Lings, they do trade well. They have to be lifted one at a time. So you can see there in a couple of seconds, 11 probes go down. Oh god. And without lifting, the carriers, they do no damage, by the way. That one ling, there we go. Jesus. 0 damage. The power of Dark Swarm. More carry. I would love Tempest, right? Like Tempest would be the go-to. I'm not too fond of going back into carrier. Like carriers, they have their place. Don't get me wrong, but especially in this kind of position, mate, Tempest would be so good. So I'm not too fond of going back into carrier. I'll be honest. He's going carrier into disruptor. It's like, Bobby, we're not playing Brood War. Like, Tempest exists. Okay. He recalls the probes. Did he build the prism earlier? He did, yeah. I still would love to see the center expansion. And there's still this base as well, true. There's still, like, other bases available here for the Protoss. Still this center base. There are some locations that you can get into. Meanwhile, lurkers, they dive in. Do we have any detection? 0. A 0 detection here. Oof. Mining is being denied. Ling drop coming in from behind. Okay, Observer's coming in. Observer does come in, thankfully. Here comes that Prism to ideally take another base, take another expansion. I mean, 3 point, he's going for that, he's convinced. He's like, mate, there's gonna be a base here, right? I mean, I'm shocked as well, 3 point. There is no expansion. I'm also shocked. Oh, the Plague! Oh my god! Nice catch. Does land the wait, the Plague does only oh no, yeah. Is god dealing a lot here to the Phoenixes. Yeah, Phoenix is getting very low. Oof. And 3 Point should have this. Like, the army is just, it's Jesus. It's a one shot away from going down. Look at this. Look at the carriers. They're all down to 1 HP. 1 HP. Like, mate, that plague is insane. 3 Point, he's looking at it. He's like, mate, why didn't I do that before? Like, that's crazy. 1 plague. Oh my God. The Sky Toss, now it's down to nothing. What do we need? Like a handful of Scourge. That's all we need. We need some hero Scourge to dive in. Hi. So yeah, there it is. Yo, he's listening to this. The Scourge are coming, and that's it. That's game. That's game then and there. Just Scourge. All they have to do is just aim move in. Make sure that it detonate on interceptors, of course. Move command into the center of the army, and that's everything here should die. Everything here should die. And we just keep doing it. Like if anything survives, just keep remaking more Scourge. Just more Scourge. Just go in. Likewise, June drop at the same time. Finally, Prom taking the center base, but this is too late. It's too late now at this point to try to maintain that expansion. We have 66 Scourge, getting up to 80. 20 more on the way. June comes in, and we're going for the carrier, and the carriers are going to go down. Down goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Every carrier falls. Again, they just topple over. The plague was insane. And that was it. That's all the Prom had left. That's all he had remaining. As 3 Point will overwhelm. Hydras are getting picked up. But here come the Scourge. Here comes everything else. Mass Doom Drop. GG gets called, and 3 points. He will take down Prom on near Isles of Siren. I want to say for the first time. GG, well played. I mean for the first time on an island map. GG, well played. GG, well played. 3 Point, he does claim the win, does take down a Prom. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Whew, oh my God. As Prom GG, well played. Does claim his first win here on an island map, and Hyper One, he confirmed 3 Point, his first win on an island map. Crazy. Put in a lot of work, a lot of effort. I would say that island maps, they take a lot of practice just because they're such a unique game. Like StarCraft 2 is so different on Neo Isles of Siren. It shows just how much a map can impact like a playstyle and a game and the meta as well. And there is a bit of a learning curve, I would imagine, coming into something like this. I love the drop play out of 3 Point. I love the switch into Devour, into the Spellcasters, into the Scourge. Maybe less so the commitment into Mass Muta at one point, if you recall. When it comes to our Protoss play, when it comes to Prom, he had a unique response. I was not too convinced by committing into Phoenixes as long as he did. If you remember, it was a long wait. It was a long transition to Sky Toss. He was going, what I mean by that, it was a long wait and a long transition into a Fleet Beacon. It took a long time to throw, like he threw down the Fleet Beacon when he was getting his 5th base. Like it was crazy. Like he was going Mass Phoenix for a very long time, or I should say he didn't start any kind of carrier or any greater Sky Toss production until he got a 5th base. He did go into Annual Pulse Crystals a little bit earlier, that is true. But he was committed into Mass Phoenix. And we saw one of the big weak points of that as well, is when you're going Mass Phoenix, the goal, the hope is to hunt down and shut down any drop play before it gets out of hand. And if you remember, before that happens, that was when the drops were killing bottom left and getting into the main base, getting a base, an expansion, a mineral line. The Phoenixes, unfortunately, I should say, the map vision, the map awareness wasn't quite there for Prom to be able to keep up and shut that down. Was not able to do that. He wasn't able to deny the drops. He was overwhelmed early on, and from there, Prom, he was kind of on the back foot, where we had 3 Point freely expanding and Prom contained on his singular island base. As he attempted to expand, but he was being shut down by drop play time and time again. Eventually, he did switch into Mass Carrier, and he had some success, but It took a long time for that to happen. It took a long time for the carriers to get involved, and likewise, never really got into Tempest production either. Never got into any other supportive units, whether it was Archons or Storm, which have their place, they have their role. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. We have our next challenger. I'm unfamiliar with this player, though. It is going to be Rake. Sorry, here. It's catching up with the chat. Here we go. If no one here is aware, as far as I know, unless we changed it, I'm having a brain relapse. Beam weapons do not miss in Darkstorm, so Void Ray Tempest would be best response in this situation. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know if beam weapons were affected or not. But good to know if that's still the case. Good to know. It's also very possible that Prome wasn't aware of that. It's very possible. As we're getting into our next game. It's just me, or would 2 Templar and an Archon would have totally stopped that? Or if, I mean, again, like, it was a really awkward position for Prome because he was on one base, right? He was on one base, he lost a bunch of tech, like, it was just a really awkward position for him to be in because he never really stabilized his economy after he kind of lost the base trade, right? After he lost his main island. Here we go. Yeah, Prome seemed dead set on Phoenix carrying. Yeah, he did. But again, like, a part of that is also probably just a little bit less experience being on that map in that kind of scenario. It's different from like any other map and any other kind of playstyle you'd be in. That Plague seemed so strong. Plague was insane. That Plague was crazy. There we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our blue Zerg player. Oh, we have our blue Zerg player, our current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt for Team Hyper 1 from South Korea. The Brood War Zerg, it is 3 points going for the 12 pool. Going for the 12 pool and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player himself. It is Rake. We have a new challenger, we have our new would-be usurper, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Whew. As we're coming in with our probe scout, and again, 3 point is 12 pooling. Is going to be 12 pooling. But when it comes to the blog post, I would appreciate it as well. There's definitely a lot of nuances that I'm not familiar. He's cannon rushing. He's cannon rushing someone that's 12 pooling. Okay, I do favor 3 point in this position. I guess you can turn this into like a defensive cannon rush in a way to defend, to hold on. We'll see how this all turns out. What I was gonna say is that I'm least familiar with like the mischance, right? That was a recent change from like a month ago, where now high ground does give a greater advantage as shooting up a ramp or shooting into like tall grass or into like steam vents. There is like, I want to say, is it 53% chance to miss? It's like barely over 50%. But that was a recent change, but I'm sure there's a bunch of other interactions that are a little bit more nuanced, that are a little bit more niche or hyper-specific that a lot of people maybe aren't aware of, and it would be nice to like have that all kind of like centralized in one nice like cohesive like post. Yeah, I can definitely get behind that. I can see the value in that, not just to people watching, not just to people casting, but to players as well. To players as well. Meanwhile, yep, we have cannons back at home. We do fully wall up. There's a cannon here back at home. Lings, they do dive on top of the initial gateway, but the cannon will finish. And with that, the quote-unquote defensive cannon rush, the forge, fast expand, does kind of work out here. Here we go. From here, 3-1 is droning. He's droning up, he takes his gases, will go for his hatchery, goes for a very, very late expansion, but is expanding nonetheless, and we continue from here. The initial 12 pull, in a sense, was not too effective. I mean, I guess it deterred the cannon rush in a way. Now we're building up. We're going to be building up from here. So Rake is going to be contained. 3-point rushing into a lair. Oh my god, that's a very fast lair here from 3-point. Rushing into a lair. This could be for muted play, I suppose. Like, we wouldn't rush into a lair this quickly for Hydras. I mean, because you don't need a lair for Hydras. So I'm leaning towards Spire Tech, but we'll keep an eye on 3-point as he's droning. He's going to be droning up. Getting into link speed. Yo, is this for Drop Lord play? Potentially. Though, yeah, we're in position. Let's go. Lair is now done. And show us those Ventral Sacks. There we go. Yeah, Ventral Sacks on the way, so we're going for the Overlord drop into the main. Unfortunately, Rake, he doesn't quite have vision of the main base. Not yet. He is going for a Void Ray opener. Now, the plus side here is that with this Void Ray, he should be hunting Overlords, and he should be checking this location. Is it going to be in time, though? Is it going to be in time? As for now, he's going to chase down the initial Overlord. 3-point does pull away. Oh, sorry, my apologies. There we go. I just realized that I still had the name. It's on Korea 3-point. His name is in. He has a Korean name, like with Korean letterings on Korea. But we switched over to the Americans, so I do apologize. Should be fixed now. Can't make bounce implication in one game, 100%, as always. Oh, nice catch. Does deny the Overlord. Overlord goes down. The drop play is denied, at least for now. Reiki does hold. Likewise, we do have our second Stargate on the way. Second Stargate into Fleet Beacon, into more Sky Toss, into additional Void Rays. Void Rays are amassing. Now, 3-point is unaware. 3-point, he's going to his own Hydra production, thankfully. So he will have plenty of anti-air going Ling Hydra. Investing into his upgrades. As we shouldn't be able to pick off too many Hydras here. Yeah, the Hydras, they will amass up. We're going into the... Let's go! We're rushing into Mothership. I thought it was going to be for Flux Veins. I mean, it still can be. But Mothership is on the way. Massing up Mass Void Ray. And I guess, yeah, we're just going to commit. Now, how does Mass Void Ray work against Mass Hydra? Obviously, things change when Defilers get involved. But head-to-head here, I mean, 3-point, he does have a good enough economy here to maintain himself. He's getting another expansion, building up. 3-point, he has yet to really confirm what's going on. He hasn't seen the main. Hasn't scouted. Doesn't know what's happening. Not yet. He's only seen a handful of Void Rays, which isn't really too much of a tell. He hasn't seen the Cybercore researching either. But the Ling is moving in for the Zelnaga. He does move in. Mothership's on the way, getting ready for the recall. Now remember, the Mothership can recall the army to its location. So the goal would be to recall into the main. Ideally, you do this with sentries, like especially against Brood War Zerg. There's no Ravagers, like right? Like if you recall with like even like 2-3 sentries, recall into the main, force field. Like what do you do? What do you do? You morph in like Panic Overlords or Drop Lords to like try to drop back in. Oh, he gets scouted. Mothership is scouted. Mothership is seen. 3-point knows. He does know. Going for his own drop. Wait, what? Okay. Does recall. Does recall. For a moment, I was like recalling over Dead Space, but it's a Sky Toss army, of course. But the Hydras are here. Yeah, Hydras are in position. 3-point is ready. And 3-point should be fine. He should be fine. Oh god, the slow zone though. Let's respect the slow zone. Slow zone will zone away. Hydra's trying to force their way through. Slow zone runs out, and the Hydras, they will force this back. 3-point is holding. That's a kill, not a cancel on the expansion. Drop load into the main. Things are popping off. There is a base recall available, if need be. There's a Void Ray. Void Ray back at home. Rake, he does rotate. He rotates over. Takes out the Evo chamber. Oh, Hydra, they start to step in, and they will take down the mothership. Oh, barely does escape. But I can't say the same for the Void Rays. That's going to be one, that's going to be two. 2 Void Rays going down. Massive pickups. Getting up. Almost the final Void Ray. There's the cloak. No detection. Oh, there we go. Overlords do come in. Detection is available. And there's that base recall. Does recall back home. Whew. Still though, I imagine that Rake wanted a little bit more out of that. I'm sure he wanted a little bit more damage here, especially economic damage. 3-point from here, droning up. The Hive is on the way. Queen's Nest is done. We have the Queens in production for their ensnares. And we're just, Jesus, this is, we're just walling up. Cannons, shield batteries, carrier production well underway. This is like borderline like 2021 like era of like PVZ. Void Ray opener into Sky Toss. 2020, 2021, early COVID era, those are dark times. Those were very dark times. And hey, it's making it work. At least it's trying to. Interceptors are running out. The carrier's dead supply. Hydras, they do push forward. Oof, but we are running out. That's a lot of Hydras falling. Took down 3 Void Rays. 3 Void Rays for 26 Hydras. Re-walling. 3-point has to retreat. Still waiting for his Hive. With the Hive will come the Defiler Cavern. I think it's Cavern, not Den. Defilers. Yeah, there it is. Mound. Oh, the other way. Yeah, we almost got it. Defiler Mound on the way. Also, shout out to Kat and the people working, the Caprula team, working behind the scenes. We did joke at one point that they used to use the Roach Warren for the Defiler Mound, and they took that personally. They were like, the CranKy Ducklings, they'll never joke again about the Roach Warren. Ah, okay. We were just joking, but we appreciate it. As they have made their own custom Defiler Mound model. Beautiful. The Mass Hydra's in position. Once again, recalling back home. Now the 3-point did stay back at home. That does open up an expansion here. 4th base on the way. We'll see 3-point can punish. Speaking of Defilers, here we go. Defilers now in production. Getting into consume. I believe this is a recent change, but to reduce the power of Defilers, consume now has to be researched. Whereas previously, I believe it was just available. As Defilers, they're a little bit similar here to Vipers in a sense, where Vipers, they suck on buildings. Defilers, they just eat units. They eat units to gather up the energy. Carrier moving out, Hydra's in position. Oh, it's there! Oh, not quite. Getting the Parasite off. Parasite does go up. Carrier barely survives. Ooh, and the interceptors are going to be going down. As they try to engage with the Mass Hydra. Another trades here from Rake. Oof, oh my god. As Void Rays are called out. There's a Void Rays, right? Yeah, Void Rays were called out. Bit of mismovement there from Rake. 4th base is spotted, and 3-point, his win condition here should be deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base, make sure that wall of cannons doesn't get up and running. Make sure there is no wall of cannons, make sure that it doesn't get secure. 3 point for now, building up. The Defilers have arrived. We're ready here for the Dark Swarm. For the Plague. As they do consume. Hydras do push forward. Carrier's a little bit out of position. Here come the Dark Swarms. And there's no answer to that. Yeah, there's no answer here. The Mass Hydra will just breeze its way through this. How do you break a siege line with Dark Swarm, Pappy? We're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. Bottom left is going to go down. Hydra's a race back home. But again, how do you answer Dark Swarm? I mean, typically Storm, but this is just pure Sky Toss. This is why pure Sky Toss is not a thing in SE2. Usually you have like High Templar or Archon or Colossus support as well. Like even against SE2 Zerg, you can't get away with pure Sky Toss. The Hydras, they push their way forward. Show us the Dark Swarm. Oh, there it is. Dark Swarm is thrown down. That was 2 Dark Swarms though. We have to be very careful when it comes to preserving some spells to have them available. 14 drones going down. Rake is down to a 2 base economy. Down to less than 2 bases actually. As he has what? 1 patch left in the main. Half of mineral line here. Carriers, they take down the hive. And 3 point is going for the base trade. Kind of. Taking down that fresh mining base. Hydras back at home to defend. Hydras are back home. So it doesn't seem it's infinite energy. True, true. You can be more wasteful then. True. Just Dark Swarm for days. Just eat yourself. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Like Bappy, nah, let him be careless. Yeah, true, true. Carrier's moving in. Reiki's running out of minerals, so he can't quite. Oh no! He gets caught out! He gets caught out. Stun sets forward. Even without the Dark Swarm, the carriers are falling one after the other. Massive catch. And with that, Reiki will lose, what, 4, 5, 6 carriers? Jesus, almost everything. And GG gets called. 3 point. He will maintain himself here as the current King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. 3 point. He will claim another win. Will take down another opponent. Very well done. And my condolences to Rake. He had a very unique style. It was very reminiscent of early, again, like early COVID era of StarCraft, back when Stargate Void Ray openers were the go-to, with the norm. It's kind of what we saw here. It's kind of what we saw here. Void Ray opener into carrier. But as we saw, and as, again, even SE2 players did adapt to over time, Mass Sky Toss is really quite vulnerable and is lacking in certain aspects. You do typically need support. You need support here, whether it's with splash damage in the form of Storm, in the form of Disruptors, Colossus, some kind of splash damage helps support the army, likewise Archons as well, but mainly here it was that splash damage, mainly Storm, or I mean pick your poison, to make sure that the Dark Storm units wouldn't just be able to overwhelm. But alas, in the end, it was just pure carrier. It was just mass carrier here. It doesn't really scale too well into a longer game, and in the end, it was overwhelmed. Again, we didn't expect it to work too well there against 3 point. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Oh, Kim is frozen. Oh. I will try to fix that. Huh. Never mind. Wait a minute. Un momento, papi, un momento. I can fix this. Hold on. I might be able to fix this. Okay, never mind. We're going countless for now. Never mind. But it's all good. With that, GG will play. The 3-pointer will claim the win. And we are now getting ready here for our next best of one. We are halfway through the King of the Hill. We're halfway through the broadcast. Up next, who do we have next? We have Dark. Dark is stepping into the ring. Let's go, Dark, the South Korean Zerg player. I would say Dark is currently the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. When I think of the hierarchy of our players currently, I would say Dark is the best Zerg, Classic is the best Protoss, and Spirit is the best Terran. So those are the three kind of big names in StarCraft Evolution currently. And Dark, he's a big one, papi. Ah, he's a papi. True. Is a papi. Let's go. Here we go. Sometimes I go back and watch SEL versus Reality for a reminder. Was that the game on in Pro League where they had to remake? I remember watching that live. I remember watching it live at the time. I mean, I would watch Pro League every single week, and that was the game where they remade the game and they ended up in the same position, except they rushed their way there. If you remember, I think Reality, he was faster to throw down all the planetaries. Likewise, SEL faster to tech up as well. So they kind of like rush through the early mid game and they rush into that kind of like mech versus swarm host kind of like phase for game 2. As in the best institutes are clear in South Korea. Yeah. One and the same. One and the same. So I'm just trying to fix up the camera here. Trying to fix some things up, if at all possible. Actually, I might. This has happened before. I got this. Just turn it off and then back on. Hold on. Beautiful, we're back. We are back. Whew, okay. Basically, the webcam thought that, the webcam basically, it just crashed. So, we're good. We are good to go. We are back, and we are jumping into an expected best of one. Quickly to go over the format here. It's a best of one King of the Hill style format. 3-point is the current King of the Hill, and we'll see if he can hold on to that crown as he's up against Dark. Against, again, the best Zerg player in all of StarCraft Evolution. He is the best ranked Zerg currently in SCEvo. Oh my god, and he is off racing. Okay, this I haven't seen too much of. Let's go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Troy, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1, the current King of the Hill, with, is it 3? Yes, with 3 wins under his belt. It is 3 points. Very fitting here. Well, actually, we'll do this. Bam. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean, typically a Zerg player, but he is off racing. He's off racing as Terran here. It is Dark for SE2. Here we go. Now we have, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, on who you think will claim this win. Will it go the way of the 3-point or will it go the way of Dark? If Dark was main racing, I would favor Dark, but as he is off racing, here I'm less confident. Now, we have been casting a lot of Dark's off race as of late. For those of you that have been watching the channel for the past 3 months, for the past like 2.5 months, Dark, he has been avoiding ZBZ. He's been playing Protoss instead, so we've been seeing a lot of Protoss from Dark recently when it comes to SE2. When it comes to Terran, though, very rare. We have casted Dark's Terran before, but it's very rare to see him off race as Terran, so I'm curious to see how this plays out. Show us what you got. Now, first things first, welcome one all to Troy. Troy is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, bottom right, and top right, so plenty of spawn locations. Dark is scouting. 3-point, he will scout horizontally, and he will immediately find Dark. So 3-point is going to be fully aware of what's going on. Behind this hatch gas pool. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Delayed hatch opener here by 3-point, going for a gas pool opener, rushing into link speed, and going for a link flood. This might be a short game. This might be a short game here as we're going for a link flood across the map. At 3-point, he will send everything across, and Dark back at home. Thankfully, he does have a semblance of a wall. Is it going to be enough there? As Links are moving out, the Reaper does scouts. Yeah, big moment here for Dark. He does scout, does confirm. Have a macro hatch on the way. More links are building up, and link speed is almost done. One way or another, the game is about to end. Dark does pull away. Lings, they poke in. The wall is open. And he's diving on top of the Marine. Marine does go down. A massive big off. Does get a Marine. Going for the SCVs. Disrupting the wall. Reaper does race back. And so far, there's still a hole. Up. And he will wall. He will wall in time. And behind this, we're joining. So we did invest into all these links. So still a very aggressive build here from 3-point. And now he's droning. And if this wall is solid, then I would say 3-point is behind. 3-point, he invested quite heavily into early gas, into early link speed, into the early lair. And so far, it hasn't really come into play. Hasn't really come to pass, but he is knocking down that wall, breaks down that initial reactor. Reaper has to pull away. Reaper will fall. Ooh, and there's nothing to defend. There's no Hellion, there's no Marine, there's nothing. Going for the mass repair, but alas, the repair is not enough. There's just not enough surface area. The depot does go down, and Links are busting in. They're busting into the natural. Boys are being pulled. Hellion does pop out. And how many SCVs do we get? We get 1, we get 2, we get 3, 4. Oh my god, 5? 5 SCV kills. Links, they bust into the main. They get a full scout. They confirm there's no other tech. And Dark is in a rough position. Dark is behind, as he will lose 7 SCVs. And now it's worth it for the delayed drone. Now, we're droning up, 3-point getting ahead. Lair is done. Was Lair for a Spire? So 2 base meter, 2 base Spire here from 3-point. He goes from one aggression to the other. And Dark is struggling to keep up. Here we go. Darky at least does delay the third. He delays the third base, but he has no scouting. He has not seen the main. He doesn't know about the lair. He doesn't know about the muta play. We have Overlord drops on the way as well. Ventral snacks to drop into the bases. And you can see here, 3-point defending with a bare minimum with that sunken colony. He does defend. And so far unscattered, just completely unscattered here. We have Scourge on the way just as support. So back in the main base, what do we have to defend? Going to Mass Bio, it's going to be additional Maxes being thrown down, getting into a Bio Mine. We're building up to that point. Liberator does at least scout the mutas. Dark is aware, but we'll see if Dark can keep up. Let's see if he can keep up. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. They rush past the sunken colonies. Drones are going down. Nice damage so far to Dark. At the same time, though, mutas, they bust into the main. SCVs are going down. Yeah, delayed reaction here from Dark. Wouldn't mind say, do get within range. But production is being canned, so we head towards the natural, more SCVs falling, and this is game ending. This is game ending damage here, alongside the damage done earlier. This is brutal. Mind shot going off. He's healing friendly fire, 15 SCVs going down. Ay, 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 Lings have arrived. And all we have to do is just avoid the wind mines. Avoid the mines, and there's no dealing with these mutas. There's no answer. Is nothing here. Just a really rough start for Dark. And he will lose everything. The wind mines will protect the natural at least. Oh, the Scourge. They're trying to bait out the mines. Oh no! Ooh, massive connection. Wind mine does connect. But outside of those missteps here, 3-point, he should just have free reign. He should, and he does. Takes down every single SCV, 27 falling. Ling's trying to knock down that front door. And GG gets called TT, and 3-point. He will take down Dark and will extend his lead. GG. GG, well played. 3-point, just abusing some of the inexperience of Dark here by being hyper aggressive. He was able to get, remember, 7 SCVs at the start of the game. It was a really strong start for 3-point, and the 2-base muta never got scattered. Never got scattered. Dark, he saw the muta with his Liberator at least, but that's really all he saw. He didn't have enough time to respond. He was trying to build up towards additional Marines and Widow Mines. Just a really rough start there for Dark, as 3-point did overwhelm. Momentum was on his side, and 3-point takes Dark down. GG. GG, well played. 3-point, he will claim another win. That's 4 wins now. That's 4 wins for 3-point. Can he be stopped? Up next, who is our next opponent? I believe we have a list. Un momento. Up next, we have... Ooh, we have Gillyman. Guileman? Who I believe is also a Korean player. I don't think I've casted him before. Un momento. Let's have a look at him on Wikipedia. Oh, he's actually played in our tournaments. He played in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Let's go. He's played at that's the only tournament he's played in actually on Wikipedia. Oh, but he's a Korean Terran. He's a Korean Terran player. Do I pronounce it Guile, or is it Guiley Man? Apparently he's like from the Warhammer 40k lore. The name, I mean. Okay, fair enough. The Primarch of the Ultramarines. Yeah. That's what he's from. Where he is from. But he's a Terran, sorry, I should fix that up. He is a Terran player. And he has played in the Sparkling Tunic Cup before, but I never casted him. He went down to Iba in the first round. And I'm curious to see how he compares to 3-point and how he fares in StarCraft Evolution, as we are loading into Sylphid as our map of choice. Now, currently we have a Garman lined up. Is it Garman, or is it? I think so. And we have Quanta up next as well. Quanta is a Korean Terran player. Quanta is I would say I would rate him very highly here when it comes to Terran players in StarCraft Evolution. I think I would still play Spirits above Quanta, but I might say that Quanta's top 2 Terran in StarCraft Evolution. I think I would go that far. Yeah, I think I would say Quanta's top. Sorry, did I say top 10? Top 2. He's top 2. He's top 2, just behind Spirit. I think I would rate Quanta higher than Kiwian, than Top, then the STC, then Horn Mono. Think of the other regulars. Milky Cow did surprise us though. Milky Cow had a really strong showing during SEL. So I'm for players like Milky Cow and Bratok, for me they're a little bit in flux. I haven't seen enough of the two of them to really like place them when it comes to the hierarchy of Terran in StarCraft Evolution. So I've got a bit of a question mark around Bratok and around Milky Cow. But yeah, Quanta, he's up there. I would actually favor him against 3-point. But before we get to Quanta, we jump into our next ZVT, our next best of 1. Let's go. Yes, the Primarch of the Ultramarines. I'm just call him Guile. Let's go. In my mind, he has that flat top haircut. It's beautiful. We load into our next game. They both have Korean names. God damn it. As spawning in the top center of Sylphid, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our South Korean Terran player himself, the Blue Terran. It is Guile. Hold on, I'll set him up. Or Guile man. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the current king of the hill, the Brood War Zerg. It is 3 points. And as we have seen, 3-point can be very cheesy, very aggressive. We saw that against Dark, and we'll see if we get that here, as this time, hatch first. As a reminder, last game it was gas first. It was gas pull into a delayed hatchery. That's why Link Speed finished up so quickly for 3-point. That was at least against Dark. Here, going for a standard opener. And welcome one and all to Sylphid. Before I forget, predictions. Predictions are open. I always pronounce it Gillyman. I mean, you know what? For next time, I'll watch like a YouTube video about the pronunciation. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. There's a bunch of YouTube videos about him. Gillyman. Okay. Until then, though, we're going to be setting up. It is going to be a Rax Expand setup here from our Terran player. So far, standard opener. Likewise, back at home, it's just hatch gas pool into our macro hatchery from 3-point. So far, standard builds, standard setups. 3-point, he scouts the bottom right. 3-point confirms that the Terran is not here on location and that he is towards the top side instead. Again, this is a 3-player spawn map, and at least 3-point will confirm. Our Terran is still unawares. Still unaware, just claiming his natural, building up, going reactor first as well. So Reaper, sorry, I should say Reaper into reactor. Reaper does scout bottom right, and likewise, our Terran does confirm where 3-point is. As 3-point, he expands towards his opponent. Okay. Does expand towards the top side. Same side as our Terran. Likewise, Gillyman building up, getting into his own factory. 1-1 setup here. We'll see if he goes 1-1-1 or for a 2-1-1 into a second Rax. As this is what I wanted between Dark and 3-point. Like, ZVT is always a lot of fun, especially in this matchup as well. It's a very different dynamic. As you can imagine, there's no Banelings. It should be Ling Hydra from our Zerg player. Last game, we did see Mutas, but that was more to catch Dark off guard. We'll see if we go into Mutas again. Or into Hydra instead. Keep an eye on 3-point. Till then, Reaper dips in. Forces out a couple of cycle colonies. Oh, he wants a drone. He won't get it. Massive pickoff. Reaper does go down. Nice cleanup there by 3-point. Shuts down the Reaper. Moves out. Back at home. Ooh, going for a Hellbat push. That is an armory. Armory is on the way behind the mineral line in the main. And currently 3-point doesn't know. It's going to be a 1-1-1 Hellbat push. Getting to Hellbats, getting to bioproduction, into our Medivacs as well. And this is going to try to be a stim timing here. Second factory, which is scouted, by the way. Ooh, that second factory a little bit too close, is spotted by the Overlord. 3-point, he confirms he hasn't seen the armory, but the second factory is a big tell. Back at home. Building up his own Ling Hydra. Vikings now on the way, but the Overlord has already seen enough. Enough to let 3-point know to be a little bit safer here in his approach. Throwing down another macro hatch, still droning. There's the add-on swap. Wait, what? Getting it? Never mind. True. I thought this was gonna be a Hellbat push. It's an armory, not for Hellbats, it's the armory for the Thor. Okay. Okay. Quanta, is that you? Man, he's going for double Thor production. He's going for a Thor drop. Let's go. He's going for a Thor drop here now. Quanta used to have a quad Thor drop with a 1-1 timing. This is not that. Unfortunately, this is not a 1-1 timing with double armory, but it is a Thor drop nonetheless. Okay, okay. Let's go. It's Quanta light. It's Quanta light. But Quanta, he'd go reactor at medevac, double Thor production. He'd make his first wave, then his second wave is lined up with the next pair of medevacs, and that would all line up with double armory 1-1. So it'd be like a 1-1 quad Thor drop. It's crazy. But it's not quite what we're seeing here. A couple of boys are being pulled. Thor is spotted. Ling does confirm. And back at home, we're just amassing as much Ling Hydra as we can. Sunken colonies on the way at the third base. Here comes the push. Here comes the all-in. It's all or nothing for Gilliman. I have to think about it for a minute. Is pushing forward. Hydras are amassing. I mean, the Thor, like, it has a lot of like high impact, like single target damage. It's gonna be the backbone of the army. Is it gonna help much here against Ling Hydra? That I'm less certain about. Hydras, they move in. They shut down the first Hellbat. Ling's going for a massive counterattack to catch reinforcements. First expansion does fall. I mean, the Thors, they can focus on the sunken colonies, true. They can target down the buildings. Yeah, so fast. Oh my god. First colony does fall. Hydras, they try to get the concave, but they get punished for it. A line of Hydras do go down. And that's what the Thors are for, the building busters. They break through the buildings. Lings, they bust into the natural. They force the all-in. Yeah, back at home, the natural base is on fire. Another expansion going to be falling. Yeah, and against all these sunken colonies, the Thors, they have their place. They do have their place. Liberation has arrived. He has freedom. And the boys are being pulled. And are there enough Hellbats? Hydras, they come in from behind. Boys, they have arrived to help support. They come in for the repairs. And are we running out of Terran? There's still two Thors. There's still the Vikings as well. Wow. And Gilliman, he's doing it. He's doing it, Bobby. He breaks through, takes on the Hydrogen. More Hydras are amassing, but the den does go down. Across the map, Lings. I mean, we're running out of Lings. The reinforcements are dealing with this. Barely any Lings across the map. And wow, we're waddling in. The Thors, the Hellbats, the Vikings. And again, the Thors, they deal with these buildings so quickly. The hatchery goes down. I hope this is inspiring Quanta. I hope that it's been like a year since I've seen him since I've seen him go for the quad drop, the quad Thor drop even. Yeah, spawning pool goes down as well. Ling Hydra does get across the map with just full base trade. It's the only way. It is the only way. The main base is going to be exposed. Gilliman has to evacuate. He will catch out the main army though. Trying to rush past, trying to save whatever we can. Hydras go down, and here you can see how secure that third base is. Gilliman, he has to evacuate. He has to get out of here. We don't want to waste our time either. Hydras, they almost catch him medevac. These stray units here, they're a little bit isolated. Isolated SCVs are falling one after the other. They weren't pulled away. Oh, they weren't pulled away in time. They could have even been pulled to the main army earlier. It's a bit of an oversight there from Gilliman. He does save his CCs. He hasn't scouted. He doesn't know. He hasn't scouted the last mining base. Again, he has the Hydrogen. He has spine coolers. He has sunken colonies. 3 point, he's secure. And Gilliman, he doesn't know. He just doesn't know what's going on. Doesn't know where the base is. He's turning back around. He's racing back. Does turn around to come back home. In the chaos 3 point, he might be able to catch a couple of stray units here and there. Being distracted, being pulled away. It's pulled away. Going for the final buildings. He scouts! He sees. Oh, but it's too late. Oh my god, Liberator goes down. Massive pickoff. Every unit counts here. And Gilliman did overextend. And he's pushing into sunken colonies. Oh, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, there are too many Hydras. 3 point he's holding. He's going to shut this down. Repairs are not good enough. Oh, say that. Nice pickup micro. Saves one of the Thors. Does save a Thor, but he's running out of he's running out of gas. He's running out of resources. He soon won't be able to repair. He's making another Thor. Oh no. Nice pickup. Does save the Thor. Does not pull away in time. Thors are coming in, but GG gets called, and 3 point he will survive. He will hold, and 3 point he will claim another win. GG. GG, well played. If only our Terran player, if only Gilliman, if only he knew, if only he was aware of the base, right? He didn't know that his opponent expanded towards him. He was unaware of that expansion for a very, very long time. By the time he realized what was going on, it was too late. By the time he realized there was already a full wall of spine crawlers or sunken colonies, a full wall of Hydras as well, and alas, in the end, 3 point did barely survive and persevere. GG. GG, well played. Whew, oh my god. 3 point, he does claim the win here, just barely. And now we're getting ready for our next matchup. We're getting ready here for another ZVT. This time, I referenced him earlier. This time, Quanta steps up. Let's go. Again, Quanta, one of the strongest Terran players in all of StarCraft Evolution. I would actually rate him higher than 3 point, but what I should emphasize, these are best of ones. If this was a best of 3, if this was a best of 5, I would favor Quanta in a best of 1 at anyone's game. In a best of 1, it is anyone's game here. This could go either direction, either 3 point or Quanta. I'm sure Quanta wants a longer game. He wants a mid to late game scenario. 3 point, as we saw against Dark, 3 point, he's willing to cheese. He's willing to 12 pulled or to go gas first, to rush into link speed and try to rush his opponent if he feels the need to. So we'll see how this goes as our players are getting ready. We are setting up. So Quanta is going to be coming up next. When it comes to, so this is our 7th match, right? No. Yeah, this is our 7th match. And we have potentially 2 more after this. Again, it's going to be 10 best of 1s in total, and this is the 7th best of 1. And if we don't have any fresh players, then we will revive players. The first couple of players here were Rebellion and Prome, so I believe they're being messaged here to potentially be available to be revived and to step back into the ring. So we'll see if they do step back in. We go. Didn't even know about this King of the Hill. I'm happy. There's still a few matches to go. There's 3. So this is the 7th match, and there's 10 in total. So there's still 3 more. This one and 2 more. So still 3 more best of 1s are ahead of us. The Thor is here. It is. It is. But yeah, I do appreciate the all-in. Like, obviously there's thought behind it. It's like the Thors, they do a great job at kind of like quote unquote being a bunker buster, where they kind of break through those sunken colonies. They're like building busters, right? And especially when it comes to Brood War Zerg, sunken colonies are a big part of early game defense. They're a big part of that early game Brood War defense. So that is an answer to that. And again, Gilliman, he was doing well. He was doing well. He broke the 3rd, broke the natural, broke the main base, but he just was unaware of that northern expansion that was slowly building up more and more sunken colonies over time. That was the last bastion of hope for 3 point, and he got away with it. Did get away with it in the end. With that, GG. And now we're getting into our next game. Currently, we are picking our maps. As a reminder, the current King of the Hill, which is 3 point, he does get 1 veto, and then the Challenger picks from there. Challenger does pick. So we'll see where Quanta... Oh my god. A map that I'm very unfamiliar with. This is one of the new maps in the tournament map pool. Have I ever cast on this map? I have not. Vermeer. Okay, Vermeer. So basically this year there is a new, there was a kind of revamp, or I should say a fresh set of maps added to the StarCraft Evolution tournament map pool. And one of those new maps was Holy World alongside Purity and Industry, and now this is Vermeer as well, which I have never casted on. Never cast on this map before. So I don't know what I'm about to step into. Curious. It is a 4-player spawn map. Okay, it's a 4-player spawn map. There's multiple entrances towards the third base. Looks like there is a Reaper Cliff into the main. Interesting. It's pretty open in the center, except there are a lot of side blockers, which is a factor, which is a pretty big deal in StarCraft Evolution. Okay. I see you. Let's go. Let us go. Vermeer. I think I was saying veneer. But here we go. And we'll see if the king can be brought down. Again, 3-point, he's got, what is that, 5 wins under his belt? Like, Jesus. His reign has been a long one. It's been a long reign of terror, but yeah, 5 wins. Crazy. We'll see if that trend continues here. As spawning in the... Oh, hold on. They switched places. God. They switched colors as well. God damn it. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the SE2 Zerg player, representing Team Hyper 1 with 5 wins under his belt. It is 3-point. The current King of the Hill. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, deciding to play Brood War Terran. Let's go. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Quanta. I'm a big fan of Quanta, and also give a lot of love and support to Quanta as well. I don't think Quanta ever made like a public relief fund or anything like that. But for those that are unaware, it was at the start of the year in January where a really unfortunate event happened. But there was a fire. There was a fire in Quanta's apartment, and Quanta, he lost everything. He lost his PC, he lost his belongings. Like there was a fire that occurred, and did lose everything. At the time, that's why Quanta wasn't playing in tournaments in January, because he just could not play. So it was really sad. At the time, if you remember, we had invited Quanta to the Ducklings Showdown, which was our annual like showmatch tournament to wrap up 2024. And he was going to play, but he couldn't. He couldn't in the end because of what happened. Now, from my understanding, he's back on his feet. But yeah, much love to Quanta. Much love. He's a very good player. As he is going to be setting up here with a bunker rush behind the mineral line. Now, this is a 4-player spawn map. He does check top right, checks top left. He does get eyes on 3-point. He is aware. 3-point going for a hatch gas pool. He does spot the bunker. We'll see if it gets up and running. Are we trying to force an overreaction here? It's going to be racks into factory. Yeah, it's a fake out. Okay. Like, there's nothing to support this. There's one Marine walking across the map, but yeah, he doesn't let it finish. Alas, no big reaction. Lings, they shut down the SCEv, and we should force a cancel. Yeah, there should be a cancel here. Marine does turn back around. And the game will continue. Ooh, and we are going to make it up. Okay, strap in. Strap yourselves in. We're going to be making it up. Meanwhile, welcome one all to the first time here in Vermeer. We do have our 3-base setup here. The 4th base is a little bit more isolated off on its own. 4-player spawn map. Shout out to the SCEvo in the center. Let's go. As this is a very new map to the tournament map pool. And we'll see how it plays out. On the one hand, it does feel like there's a lot of like attack paths and a lot of different like openings here in the center, but there are so many side blockers and high ground locations as well. As you can see here, like these locations, they're just designed to give you that one high ground edge and to deny vision in the center as well. High ground is a big factor in StarCraft Evolution, whether it's high ground, whether it's the side blockers as well. If you're attacking up a ramp, or if you're attacking into these, like this tall grass or these steam vents, then there is a very high chance to miss. There's a high chance to miss. So fights, they can be made or broken here, making use of the terrain. Like, terrain is a big factor. Meanwhile, it is going to be double factory into Spider-Man, so it's going to be a Vulture setup here. From Quanta into Wraiths for Harass. Okay. Wraiths are on the way. There's no cloak. There's no cloak on the Wraiths. But the Wraiths, they can shut down any stray Overlords and deny vision, deny scouting. Academy is thrown down as well from Quanta. Does get into the Academy. Building up those upgrades. Working on Vulture speed. And we expect mech out of Quanta. 100%. We do expect mech. It's a 4-player map, large map, it's cross-diagonal spawns as well, and Quanta can play mech. Like, everything is lining up here for Quanta. This is what he wants, this is what he embraces. Likewise, we do have our Lair here, Lair first out of our Zerg player, going Lair before Roach Warren, before any other tech. From here, we can get into, of course, Roach Ravager, or we can try to go into Spire play. Spider Mines are thrown down, Quanta rotates over. Rotate over here. Oh, basic queen's in. The queens are baited. 2 queens go down. Massive spine shots, or massive spider mine shots, I should say. Massive connections. Good start here for Quanta. Does poke in. Wants another Overlord. Doesn't quite get it. Hasn't gotten an Overlord yet, but he's containing the Zerg player. Likewise, he does scout. Barely doesn't tip in. Rotates over. Making his way towards the mineral line. Doesn't quite commit. So far, still just containing the Zerg. And it is going to be Muta play. Okay, it's going to be all gases. We have all 6 gases being taken into Muta. Sorry, the scans do reveal the gases. Queen's going to be going down. Gets another queen. Another queen does fall. But still has not seen the tech. Making his way towards the mineral line. Lings are being shut down. I mean, so far, Quanta is trading very well. Killing queens, killing workers, sorry, killing lings. Almost getting into the mineral line. He's so close. 1 Vulture goes down. Ray's catching another queen. There's 1 queen left. Now there's an opening. Now there's an opening here towards that mineral line. He wants those drones. He's so close. Oh, does A move in. We'll lose 2 more Vultures. Roaches are revealed. You can see here 320. He has to make Roaches. He has to spend his gas, but he's still banking up and getting ready for the Muta. And again, so far the Spire is unscouted. The Wraiths will help, but we need Goliaths. We need those Goliaths. Problem is, Quanta doesn't know. Doesn't know what's going on. He saw some of the gases, but he might just believe it's for Roach production. We know better. Yeah, back at home, researching siege mode, getting into tanks. Scans, confirms no other expansion. Doesn't really seem... Oh, there it is! He's scanned, he knows. Dust Scout is aware. Mutas are revealed. And back at home, we need those Goliaths. Oof. As they do catch him out, there we go. Goliath production has begun. All the Vultures going to be hunted down. And 3-point, he breaks out. He breaks free. Going for his own counterattack. Back at home. There's no eBay. There's no turrets. Oh, no. The mineral line is exposed. And this is going to be brutal here. SCEvo is going to be going down. Goliath, they defend the main, but the third base is completely exposed. Up. The Mutas, they can't really fight this head on. They do catch out 3 Wraiths. 3 Wraiths go down for the price of 3 Mutas, but what's important is the SCEvs. SCEvs are falling. I think 7, 8 more. Mining is denied. getting 10 workers in total, and from here, 3 point, he's ahead. He can now take his 4th base, he can fully saturate, he can drone up, he can focus on his upgrades. You can see here he's not going mass muta, he's switching into mass roach, so switching to a ground-based army instead. And if our Terran player overcommits into anti-air, they will be overwhelmed. So this Rax is scouting more roaches, very important scout here. Does confirm additional roach production. And now, Quanta knows. Now he knows, of course, to commit into a ground army. That's a lot of Roach Ravager. That's a lot of Roach Ravager here. I mean, the tanks are set. And at least the tank count was left untouched. True. Tank count is still solid. Glass, they hold the line. These mutas, they shouldn't really get much more damage. I say that, yeah, they're going to be zoned away. So the mutas, what do they get? They got 10 SCVs, they denied mining at the 3rd base, and here come the roaches! Roaches do push forward into the tank line. A lot of tank shots going to be going up, but the glass, they're running out. The tanks are exposed, and the tanks are going down one after the other. 3 point, he does it. He overwhelms. Again, the mutas, they did just so much, slowing down the Terran, and there's just not enough support. The Roach Army will just barrel on through. And with that 3 point, he does it. He does it. He breaks the Terran before the Terran can max out, before they can even get into our 4th base. This area is just so wide open here. And with that 3 point, he will maintain himself as the king of the hill. And he will maintain this position. Bust into main. Oh, massive shots going up. Contamination here on the factory. Love to see it. And he is running out of steam, he's running out of roaches, but the damage has been done. The reality here is at 3 point, he can just remax. He can just rebuild, remax, keep this going. As that's going to be a kill at the natural CC. And again, despite the strong start of the Quanta, the mutas did catch him off guard. And GG gets called a 3 point. He will take down Quanta, and he maintains himself as the king. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A really fun start there from Quanta, but he never got into the main. And remember, he was scanning a lot. He was doing a lot of scans at the 3rd and at the natural, but he never scanned the main base. He never saw the tech, and he was unable to be ready for it as well. He wasn't able to get ready in time. He was able to defend his main and defend his natural, but he was not able to defend his 3rd base. Not able to defend, not able to protect. GG, well played. At 3 point, he will claim the win. And now we are getting ready for our final 2 best of 1s. And up next is going to be Rebellion. Okay. Rebellion is going to be revived. He is our next Protoss player. Is our next Protoss. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, looking at our lineup here, it looks like Rebellion's being revived here for our next match. It looks like Dark is going to be revived once again to play Terran. After this, I thought it was going to be Prome, and then we'll have one final revive at the end. Oh, I never, my apologies. I never did open predictions for the last best of 1. My apologies. Never did open it. I'll make sure to get it going this time. Can I play next? I mean, you can join the StarCraft Illusion Discord, where you can try to get involved. Does the challenging player always get to decide who plays SE2 and who plays Brood War? Yes, the challenger does have that advantage. The challenger picks the starting race and the map as well. Here we go. We're getting into our 8th match. Into our 8th best of 1. After this, I'm probably going to go get some food and get ready for Duckling Open. I was going to consider laddering after this broadcast, but this is getting a little bit late and I have not had breakfast yet. I woke up and I jumped onto cast, and it is 5 p.m. so it would be nice to get some food after this. It would be nice. As we jump into our next best of 1, as we jump in and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have our current King of the Hill with 6 wins accumulated already. Oh my, can he be stopped? Can he be shut down? We have the South Korean Zerg player playing Brood War. It is 3 points. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Troy, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. I will fix up the names. I got you. Oh, bam. There we go. Fix up the in-game player names. We have the SE2 Protoss player from South Korea representing among StarCraft 2 players. It is Rebellion. Sorry, among SE2 people. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Get your gambler going here for this best of 1. I apologize for not opening up predictions in the previous best of 1. Do apologize, but now they are open. And welcome one and all to Troy. Troy is a very unique map. Troy is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in at all 4 corners of the map, and we have vertical close spawn locations. A vertical spawn here means aggression is favored. If we had cross spawn, I would favor more macro play, but here we'll see who's able to get eyes on each other first, as overlords are moving out, and 3 Point will soon confirm the location of Rebellion. Likewise, Rebellion, he already scouted. He did go in with a probe. He did get eyes on the hatchery. Based on the timing and based on the trajectory of the worker, last 3 Point, he does determine the location of the Protoss. Does determine Rebellion. It's going to be hatchery into spawning pool. Late gases here for 3 Point. Very late gases, as he's going for another hatchery as well. So this tells us that most likely there's no aggression coming out from 3 Point, as he has no link speed, he has no early tech, he's just droning, being greedy. So a greedy economic start here by 3 Point. Rebellion back at home, going for a gate into Cybercore into Nexus, standard opener out of Rebellion. Oh, I spoke too soon! Hello. 3 Point is being greedy, Rebellion going for the proxy. Ooh, proxy Stargate. Okay. You have my attention. Can you make breakfast for me too? Oh no. I'm probably gonna make some ramen. I'm gonna make some ramen. It's gonna be beautiful. But proxy Stargate, most likely proxy Void Ray. Remember, this is SE2 Protoss, not a Brutal Protoss. So I'm feeling... Oh, actually... Could be proxy Void Ray. I guess proxy Oracle would make the most sense. Yeah, so my apologies. Proxy Oracle would make more sense. Lings, they do fan out. Ooh, and they're going to scout this. Yeah, Lings, they fan out towards bottom left, towards bottom center. They do get eyes on that Stargate on the Void Ray. Wait, it was Void Ray. Huh. Not Oracle. So in my mind, Oracle would make more sense because the Oracle can get economic damage. The Void Ray less so. I mean, the Void Ray can deny the expansion, true. There's limited anti-air. And the Void Ray should spawn in. So there's potential here to deny the base, as there is no, remember, there's no queens and there's no hydras, there's no hydra den. So this hatchery should go down, assuming that the Void Ray heads in that direction. Oh my god, no, it's gonna be denied. 1 second, like half a second. 99% done. Oh my god, the pylon, no, the pylon will finish that. Pylon does complete, Void Ray does spawn in. Second Void Ray on the way, second Stargate out of Rebellion. Oh my god. Going for the second Stargate. Void Ray check, no, scouts. Oh no, he's not aware. If he was, he could deny the expansion easily here. But alas, he's going for the natural for the time being. I mean, he can get both. He can get both. Going for the gas guy. He's crazy. He's going for the gases. He's going for the gas guys. So for those that are curious, these neutral gas geysers, if they get brought down, they turn into, they wall off. They completely wall this area off permanently. He's going for the geysers. He's crazy. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. We have spores on the way. They need more time. The first geyser is going to go down. Can he get the second? Can he get the second geyser in time, though? I don't think he can. As you can see, they turn into rocks. He can then these are not destructible, by the way. Oh, does pull away. Oh no! Does pull back. He wants it. Can he get it? Oh god, it's not. Oh, it's so close. Barely not. Another Voider's on the way. He's so close to bringing it down. Again, there's no hydrogen, there's no anti-air, just the spores. Oh, he needs that Void Ray to tank. Our shields are going to be regenerating. Yeah, he's going for it. He is going for it. And there we go. He does fully lock in that main. Drones, they cannot get out. Let's go. On top of this, he can go for the expansion, but he doesn't know. If only, like, you get both. He could wall off this area and kill the expansion. But he's unaware. He's unaware of the hatchery. Lings that will clean this up. We have more Void Rays amassing. Ooh, the gas guys are exposed. True. Gas guys are exposed. Hydrogen as well. But Hydras, they will pop out in time to save the second gas geyser. Not enough Hydras. It's gonna be close. Hydras, they start to step in. Oh! They don't get the Void Ray. Void Rays do survive. And at last, we're just expanding. We're mass expanding here. Rebellion. He doesn't know. Like, these bases, they're so free. Unsound an Overlord. Getting his own third base. Meanwhile, we do have our Queen's Nest on the way. Now, the opposite is true here. So we're also killing these gas geysers. Why? To protect the base, to protect this expansion. We're fully walling this area off here, so this base is going to be safe against Ling run-bys. So really, he walls himself in. And again, you can do that here as well. But alas, 3 Point is still just massing on more Hydras. Still has a decent it's an okay economy. Voider's trying to catch reinforcements. This is still massive Void Ray into charge lots. He's checking. Yeah, he's checking top right. And he shouldn't. Can he deny the base? Is it too late? Hydra's out of position. He's going for the kill. He's going for the natural. We need force fields. Does force field, but there's nothing in him to defend. Void Rays, do we recall? Yeah, there's the recall. Void Rays, they recall in time. But this saves the third base. It saves the expansion. And again, Rebellion, he's playing this like his opponent's on two bases. That's what he believes. He's playing this out like he's containing his opponents, but it's not the case, Pappy. It's not the case. There's so many more expansions and just better saturation. Ah, no. Maybe one Rupture. I would say just any splash damage, like Storm work. Like we're working towards Storm. Like Storm is on the horizon with the Temple Archives. The last Hydra's pushing in. Once again, nice force fields. There's no answer to the force fields. Gives time for the Warriors to come back home. But this is just containing Rebellion and keeping him pinned. Yeah, as Hydras, they break their way through. They're going to be came to the production, the mineral line, I should say. A nice concave, a nice arc from these Hydras. And Voiders are going down. They're going down one after the other. 3 Point, he's done it. He's broken the natural. Depowers the Stargate. Depowers the shield battery. And he's moving in. He's moving in, diving on those sentries. Takes on another Void. There's 2 Voiders remaining. And it looks like it's barely enough to hold on. And Rebellion, he barely holds. Meanwhile, Nidus Storm's on the way. So again, 3 Point, he's just taking all the bases, taking all the expansions. Rebellion, he isn't really able to saturate his third base as quickly as he would like to. So 3 Point is still in the driver's seat. Who can be 3-point? I mean, Rebellion would have been in a good position here if only he knew, right? Like, we've been harping on it quite a bit here, but early on, if only he had known about the expansion, then he could have denied it. And if he did, like, Rebellion would be in a really good position here. He would have a greater economy, but that's not happening, right? Like, he missed it, and he can never move out. Likewise, if Quanta had scouted earlier, if he had seen the Spire, then I would have favored Quanta as well. So far, these little slip-ups, these little mistakes, they're costing these players their games. And now, finally, for the first time, we're scouting top right. For the first time, we're getting a better idea of what's going on. And Rebellion, he does see full saturation. And now Rebellion realizes just how far behind he is. Now the Hydras, they can just push forward. Zealots, they trade well. They actually trade well against these Hydras. But the Hydras, they can just kite back. They can kite back, deal with the Zealots, and just focus on the Archons. Rebellion has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. This 3-point will clean this up. So Save 4 takes down the Archons. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. And takes down most of the Archons here. And with that, I mean, we have 2 Archons left, true. And a Warper is out. No, the Prism. Prism goes down. Now we cannot save those high-tech units. Brutal losses for Rebellion. He's holding on, but he at a cost. At a cost of Archons and Immortals. Classic, sure, Classic, Spirit, Honmone. There's a lot of comparable players out there. But remember, this is a best of 1 format. Like, I can even see 3-point beating Classic in a best of 1. I mean, he's done it before. It's a very different kind of scenario and setup here. There are certain players that I would favor against 3-point in a longer series, but in best of 1s, anything is possible. And here in this best of 1 format, 3-point, he is thriving. He's thriving in these best of 1s. Meanwhile, going for his drop, looking to deny and shut down the southern base. Southern expansion is going to fall. There's no saving this, so everything is going to be cleaned up. Rebellion. He breaks out. He's all in. At this point, he's completely all in. Up. Diving on the Hydras. I mean, again, these LTA trade well. But this is all he has left. Drops, they commit across the map into the main. Hydras are falling. These, Jesus, they trade very well, actually. The Zealots, I mean. Rebellion does overwhelm the Hydras. Cleans them all up. I'm a little bit shocked as to how well these Zealots are trading. Gee, oh my god. Killing every single Hydra. Rebellion, he can still pull this off. There's the recall. Recall into the main base. Hydras, they bust in. Couple of Zealots to defend. These are expensive losses for 3-point, losing every single Hydra. And Rebellion, he holds. He does hold, does clean this up. He lost an expansion. He's 2 base all in. But he's trading very nicely here. And punishing the lack of lurker tech. And as Rebellion cleans up top right, big shout to Baby Links. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the sub, for you subscribing for how many months? 34 months. That's a lot of months. 34 months in a row. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Do appreciate it. As these Hydras are having a hard time. They pick up a couple of key units here, but just the pure Zealot, mate. Cleans up the Hydras, shuts down top right. Hydras, they're waddling in. They're going to be cleaned up. And Rebellion has the turnaround. Who needs a third? Who needs a third expansion? Papi, mate, we're Protoss. 2 bases. That's too much, actually. That's really, Rebellion could have pulled this off with 1.5 bases. Maybe even 1 base. Crazy. As Rebellion, he does have one. Lurker tech is just now being researched, but alas, 3-point, he's being punished for never teching. Into lurkers. Never did happen. Still needs more time. We can see 3-point trying to wall himself in. Oh, jump into the natural. Does drop in. Takes down 3 more workers. Again, 3 point, he just needs time. Oh no, he's still stuck. He's still stuck in the main, but he needs more time here for the lurkers. The lunkers are coming. And is there any detection? Checking the vision, there's an observer. There's an observer with the main army. Even a handful of lurkers is not going to be enough. Rebellion is going for the kill. He's going for the throw. The observer has to be saved. Observer's pulled away, and GG gets called. 0 lurkers as Rebellion. He breaks out of his contain. He breaks out of his 2 bases, and Rebellion, he will dethrone 3 points. GG. GG, well played. Rebellion 3 point went on a crazy win streak, winning 6 games in a row. 3 point is denied though, and Rebellion, he bounces back, claims the win in the end, takes down 3 point. GG, well played. As we saw, as a Brood War Zerg player, we saw the 3 point was playing very well. He had an economy, he was up in bases, he was containing the Protoss, he was killing the third, but what did 3 point not have? Any further tech. He was stuck on Ling Hydra, that is a hatch-based army composition, and he had no lurkers. He had no lurker tech. We saw towards the end, he realized his mistake. He was like, oh, I need lurkers. And he started researching lurkers at the end of the game, but it was too late. It was too late, never did impact that game. He never teched up. Without lurkers, without splash damage, he had no answer to the Charged Archon composition that Rebellion eventually built up towards. GG. GG, well played. Very well done. As Rebellion does claim the game, and now Rebellion is our new King of the Hill. GG. We used to go lurkers or mutas. I don't know if mutas would have been too. I mean, they would have been okay. I say okay just because I mean, we were already building up towards Archons and potentially Storm, so I don't know how effective mutas would have been. Especially because they wouldn't have helped when it came to the head-on fight. But regardless, like any further tech, right? Whether it would have been taking into lurkers, even taking like into a hive and into something like ultras as well. Pick your poison, like, you know, any kind of further tech that does allow for some splash damage would have been more beneficial. Regardless, GG. Or even like maybe even still Ling Hydra with like with Defiler support, right? With Plague, right? Like imagine Plague on the Zealots as well. On the Charged Archon, whichever way you want to tech up, whichever way you want to support the Ling Hydra army, did need some further support, did need something more. Regardless, GG, well played. And with that, we are getting into our next game. Here we go. I didn't notice if there was an Ultra Cavern, so I didn't quite get eyes on that. If he had it, I don't think it was destroyed, because the buildings were relatively safe until the end of the game. But regardless, GG, well played. Here we go. We're getting to our next game. We have another revive. Rebellion. He was revived to come back into the 8th match. Here in the 9th match, we have a revive on Dark. Now, as a reminder, Dark is off racing, and I think that is still the case. So Dark, he is not playing Zerg, he's playing Terran. That might continue to be the case here. We'll see. We'll see if Dark plays Zerg or Terran instead. Here we go. I remember seeing him getting into it relatively early. Interesting. I did see the Queen's Nest early on. I did see that. I didn't notice the Ultra Cavern. But, let's see. Just checking the VOD. Okay, got the hive at around 7 minutes. 7-minute hive. Into Nidus, because he was Nidusing top right. Into Adrenal, that's with this hive tech. Yeah, he never got an Ultra Cavern. With the hive, he did get an earlier hive at around 7 minutes, but it was for, oh no, wait, no, sorry, my apologies. He did get an Ultra Cavern at 12 minutes. Yeah. He got an Ultra Cavern as he was dying. He got an Ultra Cavern as he was losing all of his Hydras. So towards the end of the game, he got his Ultra Cavern. And it was after that that he started Lurker Tech. So he made the decision after he lost everything. He made the decision to go into Lurker Tech instead of Ultras. But he also was broke as well. Like, he had no money. So rough position there for 3 wins. So yeah, he threw down the Ultra Cavern at around 12 minutes. 12 minutes. So that's the power of the YouTube VOD, is that you can just rewind. You can just rewind the VOD. It's crazy, crazy. Power of YouTube. Can use a cat filter, please? Oh no. Not like this. But here we go. We're getting into our next game here. We're getting to our next best of 1 and spawning in the top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren. We have the South Korean, once again, Terran player. The SE2 Terran picking the island map, Neo Isles of Siren. He's crazy. He's from South Korea. He is Dark, the new challenger. The new challenger has arrived, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player. We have the Teal Protoss from South Korea, the current king of the hill. It is Rebellion. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Now, I do favor Rebellion against Dark's Terran. I do favor him head on, but remember, this is not just a standard TVP. We are on Neo Isles of Siren. We are on an island map. We have 4 islands here: top right, top left, bottom right. We have 4 islands, so it does lead to some more quirky styles and some more quirky builds. It is going to be CC first out of Dark, because you're on an island. You can cut corners. You can rush into faster expansions. So CC first out of Dark. It's going to be Gate Expand out of Rebellion. It's going to be Gate Expand. From here, where do we go? So Dark, he could try to rush into drop play. Like, again, unlike Protoss, where I want to say that Rebellion is forced into Sky Toss. But even then, it's going to be a bit of a weird one. Dark, he can just play Bio. He can just go like 2-1-1, 2-1-1 into like a stim timing into a double medevac marine drop, and still be fine and still be successful with aggression. So he doesn't have to commit into Sky Terran early on, into mass BC. If the game goes on long enough, that's the direction that we should be heading in. But I'm curious if Dark goes for a 1-1-1 or a 2-1-1. Does he go for drop play, or does he go for Sky Terran? Which one? We're going to find out. So Dark has options. Meanwhile, Rebellion opening up Robo. Interesting. Okay, so Robo opener out of Rebellion is going for what should be a Reaver drop. Reaver drop play here from Rebellion. Or technically, this could be for a fast shuttle to expand on an island, but it should be a Reaver drop. So Reaver drop opener from our Protoss player. We'll see how this all works out. But now Dark rushing to a third CC on location. So very greedy build here by Dark. And we're waiting to see, do we throw down a Starport or a Rax? Do we see a second Rax or Starport? What's it going to be here from Dark? Starts off the reactor. True, Hellion drop could be a thing. Hellion drop, Widowmine drop, like add-on swap with the factory. There's that prison. Sorry, shuttle and the bay for the Reavers. Into Stargate. So Reaver drop opener into Stargate. Interesting. Interesting opener here, as there's, of course, shuttle speed. Shuttle speed for the drop. There's the Reaver in production. And it's going to be 3cc 1-1-1. 3cc into Starport. And now what's interesting here is that there's no add-on swap. I was expecting like an add-on swap into Reactor to Widowmine, but no, it's going to be Widowmines being made one at a time. It's going to be Reactor Marine, which means this can lead into a Widowmine Marine drop instead. So a little bit more committed here, with extra Marines for more damage. At the same time, the shuttle moves out ahead of time. Oh, he's scouting, right? He's looking for the location. Remember, they don't know. Shuttle checks bottom left. He confirms Dark is not here. And it's going to be a scout first from Rebellion. Opening up Scout. Now, Scout's anti-air is actually quite strong. Its anti-ground has gotten better. Still not ideal. Still not amazing, I should say, but has gotten better. And so there we go. Drop is moving out. Second Stargate for Rebellion. Back at home, there we go, Mass Starport, Mass Viking out of Dark. Okay. Now, we have seen Mass Viking work on Paradox. Paradox was the previous island map that we had in the map pool. So Mass Viking can be brutal. Meanwhile, drop versus drop. Reaver comes in, shot goes off. Decent connection. Gets 2 SCVs and a mule. Another Reaver drop coming in, takes down 2 Marines. Good value so far, hasn't lost anything. Oh my god, big connection. Takes down 6 SCVs in total, not bad. Don't want to waste the Scarab on the Marine, alas. Does get spent on the Marine. Gets 1 more SCV. Viking will zone away. Uh-oh. It's a one-way trip. It's a one-way trip. It's going to be a brutal loss here for Rebellion, losing everything. The Shuttle, the Dragoon, and the Reaver. Oh, still gets more SCVs towards the end. But there we go. Viking lands, takes down the Reaver. It was an expensive trade here for Rebellion. And he's going into Carrier. He's going to the Fleet Peak into the Mass Carrier here. So Scout into Carrier from Rebellion. Meanwhile, Dark, he went for Tech Labs, not Reactors, not going Mass Viking, going Mass Banshee. As he's making more Tech Labs. Now, this looks like Mass Banshee into BC. Now, I assume BC because the Tech Labs, I mean, they help produce BCs as well once a Fusion Core gets thrown down. And initially, Mass Banshee has some potential, but Banshees, they don't shoot up. Like, we have Carriers on the way. Dark, he's coming for the Scout. Is coming in, does get eyes on the base locations. Boost towards the main, heads towards the natural. Oh! Here's going off. Dark doesn't scout. This is important here. Dark, he didn't get into the main. He has to scan. He has to scan. He has to do something here because right now Mass Banshee is not going to help. It's not going to help against Mass Carrier. It can harass, but in a head-on fight, there we go, does scan, does get eyes on the tech. He sees the Carrier morphing in. Whew, he knows. And immediately, BC, immediately, Fusion Core's on the way. Fusion Core's on the way, getting ready for Battlecruiser production. Yeah, and more starports. So just Mass Starport, Mass Sky Terran against Sky Toss. And I do favor the Terran once they get this going. Like, unfortunately for Dark, he did open Mass Banshee, and the Banshees, they're going to be more difficult to really gain value. So it's kind of like an awkward way into Sky Toss, whereas someone like Quanta and Homeowner, they just go straight Reactor into Mass Viking. They just go Mass Viking, then BC. Here it's Banshee into BC instead. There it is. BC production has begun. Yamato's on the way. Now remember, there's going to be delayed BC production here from Dark, or I should say delayed anti-air. Banshees are moving out. Big investment. Dark, he finished Cloak and Hyperflight rotors. That's a lot of upgrades into these Banshees. And so far, they get 4 probes at the natural. They get another worker. Cannons are finishing up. Yeah, Banshees are being shut down. And for now, they haven't paid for themselves. While we rotate into the main. Rotate into the main base. Getting a couple workers. This could be, what, 2 or 3 probes going down. Not bad. Rebellion out of position. I mean, the army is slow. He's being distracted. He's being distracted here in the main base and at the natural. Catching up more workers. Rebellion races back home, splits up his carriers. And what's important throughout all this, we're just walling up. Dark, he's playing tower defense. Throws down a wall of turrets. He's making 4 BCs at a time. Oh my god. Brutal connection. Oh my god. Getting to the midline. 5 SCVs is going to be going down. These connections BCs are going to be scouted. He knows. Is aware of the battlecruiser. Reavers are cleaned up. Nice damage though, getting 8 SCVs. Considering that Reavers, they lose value, right? They lose value over time. These Reavers are going to be a non-factor when it comes to the main fight. When it comes to the main fights, the main armies. And who do we favor? Now, a big X factor here is going to be the Yamato, right? It's like we're going to go mass BC against mass carrier. Yamato is going to be brutal. On top of that, there's also the teleport. These are not the brutal BCs, these are SE2 BCs. They're so mobile. They can go in, they can mass Yamato, teleport back home, and escape before losing too much. So the mobility of these BCs is going to be a problem here. This is where mass carrier isn't the answer. This is where carrier, I would say carrier arbiter is kind of what you want. You know, bearing in mind that spellcasters are going to play a big factor. I would say either carrier arbiter or carrier dark archon, right? Dark archons, something that we have seen between Skytos and Mech is mind control. Kind of like how neural works in ZVT, right, in SE2, where you want to neural Thors, you want to neural BCs and try to use them against the opponents, use them to tank shots and also strip away some key units from your opponents as well. That's where I would say that Dark Archons have their place as a supportive unit. The problem though, if we do go into Dark Archon, and right now we're going to Corsair, is that Dark Archons, they're on the ground, right? They're stuck on the ground, and on an island map, it's hard to support a Skytos army with ground units, period. We're going for Arbiters. There we go. Yeah, we're researching stasis. I do think that Arbiters are a little bit more of a cleaner transition, and there it is. Yeah, Arbiter production has begun. I do think that suits this a little bit better just because of the island nature of this map. If this was a ground map instead, then we can, you know, support with something else, but yeah, it'll take a little bit too much to kind of get Dark Archons involved. Dark Archons are really good. Yeah, I agree. Like I think if we were playing on a regular map, I would really want to see Dark Archons more, but like Arbiters, they have their place here. And the goal is to stasis the BCs and to crowd control them. As Arbiters are building up. If it was just going to be pure carrier, I would 100% favor the BCs. Scan does reveal the Corsairs. Center base being taken. Mass mule here out of dark. Correct me if I'm wrong. Corsair spell Wikipedia. Corsairs, do they only have disruption web, or do they have another spell? I can't quite recall. Do they have another? It's just disruption web. Okay. Just want to make sure that there wasn't like another factor that I was forgetting. Oh. As we can see, Dark just fully walling up, throwing down more turrets. Of course, Destruction Web won't affect BCs. So that's going to be a non-factor here. Arbiters, different case here with their stasis traps, or sorry, with their stasis fields. Species are moving in. Oh, moving forward. Mass stasis, who does catch up most of the BCs, not bad. Only 4 BCs do survive, carrier pushes in, and again, the stasis lasts a long time. And this is where Rebellion can thrive. It does mass stasis, doesn't kill any BCs yet. I think he got 1. But he does break the location. Stasis is about to run out though, has to be careful. Okay, he pulls away. Does pull away. Has to respect the battle cruisers. Oh, Yamato's going off. Yamato's on the cannons. That was a good start for Rebellion. And that's the dynamic we're kind of looking for here. And remember how we spoke earlier about Dark Archons? Bam, there it is. Dark Archons are on the way. Now, I'm going to re-emphasize what I said previously, how I do favor Dark Archons as a supportive unit here for Rebellion, but because of the nature of this map, it's going to be difficult to get them in position. It's not going to be easy. Like, their use is going to be quite limited here, but I do like them. I do like them as a choice. That lasts like 10 years. Yeah. Otherwise, the BCs would be cracked. They'd be crazy. Likewise, this is where I have to be a little bit judgmental of Dark, because Dark, he is, unlike his opponent, Dark is going pure BC. He's going pure BC here. Whereas I would prefer BC Ghost. Like, Ghost with EMPs would be amazing as supportive units. Meanwhile, Stasis is going to be, barely not going off. Yeah, Stasis don't go off. We Yamato, then teleport. You know, that's the way that Dark needs to use his army. Go in, you mash Yamato, teleport away. And in that fight, he was able to claim 5 Corsairs and 1 Arbiter. Only 1 Arbiter. So that was a bit of a misplay there from Dark. Ideally, you want to target those Arbiters and focus them down with the Yamato, but there was also a lot going on there, as in, like, it's hard to distinguish between all the units. So the Arbiters did survive. Barely. And he does, okay, he does have a couple of ghosts. There you go. There are a couple of ghosts in the mix. So EMPs are likewise going to be crucial to EMP the Arbiters, and even the main army as well. So it's going to be BC Ghost from our Terran player, and it's going to be Carrier Arbiter Archon, or Dark Archon from Rebellion. In saying that, Dark Archon still aren't a part of this. Meanwhile, Nuke does go over the cliff, or over the ravine, onto the other island. Oh, he's looking for it. Oh, does notice in time, pulls away. Meanwhile, 19 SCVs go down. That was Dark killing his own workers. Dark, he killed his own workers to get a super maxed army to build up more BCs. The disruption web takes down the turrets. Let's go. Disruption web on the turrets. Turret's gonna be going down. What's the stasis? We got one decent stasis, but the other doesn't quite connect. The Arbiters are focused down. And now he has to get into the fight. Does have to commit. Oh, another disruption web here on the turrets. But last, he gets 2 BCs. 2 BCs for 2 carriers. Oh. And the Arbiters, oh no! Arbiters, they overextend. Brutal losses. Both Arbiters are going to be going down. Without more stasis traps, I'm not so sure about this. He is pushing through, though. Hey, no Yamato. No Yamatos are available. Oh, he mind controlled. Did mind control 1 BC. And again, the Archons, they just can't get further within range. They can only mind control BCs close by. So it does mind control 1. Zero Arbiters left. Going for top right, taking down the expansion. He's going to trade a base for a base. Top right is going to fall, but the center expansion should go down as well. So we're going for a base trade. Dark, he gets 2. He gets top right and he gets center right as well. Gets 2 bases, which means Rebellion has to keep going. He gets 1, but he needs another. He needs another expansion. BCs are coming back home. I'm still not fond of the idea of the lack of Arbiters here. Like, 1 Arbiter's in production, but there's 0 Arbiters with the main army. This is risky. The BCs are coming. They have Yamato. And they have Yamato available. Carriers have to get the hell out of here. Oh, Yamatos, they're gonna pop up. Yeah, mass Yamato. Oh my god, brutal connections, and Rebellion's gonna lose everything. Everything's gonna go down. He cannot take this fight, not without spellcasters, and he will lose all of his carriers. He should not have been here. He had to pull out much sooner, or at least have an Arbiter. And alas, he will lose every single carrier. 1 carrier and 1 BC survive, and Rebellion, he plummets. He plummets in supply. Does plummet. Dark, he's already remaxing. He's already remaxing, already rebuilding. Again, Rebellion, after killing that expansion, had to pull out. Or have been more conservative here with how it was moving. Now we're building up into Scouts? Interesting. I mean, Scouts, they have a high amount of DPS for single target, that is true. But, BCs, they're quite tanky. There's a lot of them. Center Rider's gonna go down. We're building up more Dark Archons, which again, Dark Archons, they have potential, but you know, they're stuck on the main island is the problem. At least currently. I mean, in general, Rebellion's just stuck on his main island. Trying to expand. Rebellion, he's unaware of the other bases here on control of Dark. He's unaware. And Dark, he's just massing BC. Just mass BC. And sure, there were a couple of ghosts, but EMPs were never a factor. He never went for the EMPs. He has them available, but it's just about pure BC. And because Dark is going to be the first to max out, he's going to be the first to push again. Okay. The Archons, they've now leapfrogged over into the center islands. They can now be a little bit more impactful here. And this is an interesting transition. It's going to be mass Dark Archon Scout. The carriers, they're left over from previously. BCs, their teleports, top right and bottom left. Again, these BCs, they're just so mobile. like SC2 BCs are so mobile. They take down 2 expansions. And Rebellion, he's trapped here in the center. And the problem is that he can't really respond too hard to these BCs just because like he needs that Archon support to take a fight. Even then, I'm not too convinced. Like the Scout was recently buffed. The Scout was buffed recently, so oh my god, he's going for the nuke! He's crazy! Mass EMP! Oh my god, mass EMP on the Scouts. Nuke is about to pop off. And 0 detection. Yeah, 0 detection. Ooh, another brutal EMP on the Dark Archons. And now there's no mind control. He does blink in. And BCs, they will clean everything up. There's a skin. Yamato's, they pop off. And BCs will clean this up. GG gets called, and Dark, he will claim that throne. And he's our new King of the Hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The EMPs at the end, they did seal the deal there for Dark. The only thing that was threatening him were those Dark Archons. And alas, Dark, he was just all over that. Even before that, though, we did see that, honestly, the deciding factor in that game was when Rebellion killed the center base, and then he kept pushing towards the 4th base of Dark, but he stuck around. If you remember, he killed the base, and then he kept pushing to try to get some reinforcing BCs and some of the production. He did stick around too long. Because of that, he got called out completely, and he lost almost every single carrier. Remember, 1 carrier survived. 1 carrier and 1 BC. And a big part of that as well is that he had no spell casters with his army. He had no Arbiters, he had no Dark Archons. The carriers were on their own, with like a couple of Corsair. And in the end, GG. GG, well played. Whew. Dark, he does claim the win. And now we are getting ready for our final best of 1. Dark, he is our new King of the Hill. And who will rise up to challenge him? We're about to find out. We are about to find out. Just catching up. As okay, looks like we have a small break. Okay, looks like we have a small break. We have our next challenger. It is going to be a TBT. It's going to be a TBT here between Quanta and Dark. They're going to be facing off here in the final best of one, and we are going to be going on a short break as Quanta does need a couple of minutes here before he's ready. So he does need some time to prepare. But that is going to be our next and final best of one of the broadcast of the SEL King of the Hill #1. Again, this is a new event, a new format for StarCraft Evolution, and so far has been a lot of fun. But again, this is not our only broadcast of the day. Quickly switching our scenes over. Our next broadcast is going to be at 6 p.m. KST, if I'm not mistaken. Is going to be later on in the evening here. It's going to be in how many hours time? 3 hours. 3 hours time here. Which I believe that should be 8 p.m. KST. I think that's wrong. Yeah. That should be 8 p.m. KST. But regardless, is going to be later on tonight. Sorry, not 8 p.m. Sorry, 7 p.m. That's it. 7 p.m. KST. Sorry, I'm getting my time zones mixed up a little bit. So 7 p.m. KST is going to be SEL Duckling Open. It's going to be SEL Duckling Open. It's going to be later on this evening, so do look forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm sure it's going to be in 3.5 hours. Is going to be our monthly Bronze to Diamond tournament. And something special about SDO tonight is, one, I'm not going to be casting, of course. I don't typically cast SEL Duckling Opens. I admin instead. I do admin. I run the event. But for this month's SEL Duckling Open, we're going to be featuring the new map pool, the TLMC map pool. There are 16 maps in the TLMC. We have chosen 8 maps to feature in SEL Duckling Open tonight. So look forward to that. It's going to be a lot of shenanigans, I'm sure. I'm sure our players have very little experience on the new maps, but we're going to feature them nonetheless. So do look forward to that. That's of course later on tonight with SEL Duckling Open. Also, when it comes to, that's going to be amateurs going up against each other on the new maps. Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow, Sunday evening, we will also be featuring the TLMC map pool as well, with 8 different maps. Because it's 16 maps in total, we're not going to have 16 maps available. Just 8 and 8. 8 here for SDO, 8 in Sparkling Tuna Cup, and next week we're gonna be featuring the other 8 maps as well. So for the next 2 weeks, we're gonna be featuring the TLMC map pool. That is the plan. So look forward to that. Look forward to the new maps. I'll win the raffle. Yaku. As for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Our players, they need a moment before they can jump in. So we're going to be going on a short break before our final game. Very short break. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. And we'll be back soon with our final best of one. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the final best of one of the night here in the StarCraft Evolution King of the Hill #1, your new semi-regular tournament. Again, this was kind of like a test run of this format to see if there would be interest in the viewers, in the players as well, and we have found ourselves in our final matchup, and here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the new challenger, the blue Brood War Terran player. It is a Quanta. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner. Oh, I'm like, god damn it. In the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean, usually Zerg, but here he is the South Korean Protoss player, the SE2 Protoss, the current King of the Hill. It is Dark. Dark. Shaking my head. I mean, it makes sense. He's not going to be playing a mirror matchup. Instead, he will instantly scout his opponents. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. I'll be honest, I do favor Quanta coming into this, as he's playing his main race against Dark off racing. But Dark does have a lot of experience with Protoss. Dark, he has competed as Protoss in recent months, but that is mainly against Zerg, not against Terran. So I'm curious what builds Dark has up his sleeve. We'll see how he compares. We can see Quanta's scouting for his opponents. Again, this is a 4-player spawn map. Quanta checks top left, he's checking bottom left, and will eventually check bottom right and eventually find Dark. He will eventually find him. Until then, we do have a 2-rack opener. 2-rack opener out of Quanta. I should say racks expand. Oh no, sorry. CC first into 2 racks out of Quanta. So a very greedy build here from our Terran player. Likewise, Dark is aware of the greed. Back at home, does go for his own expansion as well. Bit of a later nexus from the side of Dark. Going down his gateway first. Ooh, and we are going for a stim timing. Now, if you remember, if you were watching earlier today, and if you saw uThermal against Classic, uThermal twice in the series went for a similar build. He went for a 2-rack stim timing. Here, we're getting up to 3. So it's going to be a 3-rack stim timing here out of Quanta. What's important, Dark did scout. Dark, he saw the Academy. He knows that stim is coming. He knows that there's going to be a big, strong bio push. As there's that stim. Now again, this does hit different from a typical 3-racks in SE2 because the Academy is all you need to make medics. Unlike in SE2 where you need a factory and you need a starport to get into medevac production, here medics you can make straight away from the racks. No add-ons are required, all you need is the Academy. So there will be a couple of medics with this push. As the Marines are building up, speaking of medics, yep, there they are. Medics are on the way. Against Zerg, you actually mix in a couple of fire bats. So you go medic and fire bats as well, as you also just need the Academy for fire bat production. But against Protoss, you don't need fire bats. It's not really a factor. First Marine goes down, nice pick up here by Dark. Again, because Dark scattered the build, because he saw the Academy, he needs to do this. He needs to be as aggressive as possible and slow down the push and force a stim, waste energy on the medics, and focus down whatever he can. There's a first stim. Takes down a second Marine. Second Marine goes down. Third Marine goes down for a Stalker. Bit of a trade. Ooh, as we see another stim. And that second Stalker is going to be hunted down just barely. Nice pick up here by Quanta. Does keep going, but there's a shield battery. As a shield battery back at home. Another stim. Forcing back that Stalker. Second shield battery's on the way. Quanta, he just keeps going. He just keeps pulling Dark back. Again, the stim. Oh no! Does overextend for a moment. Does overextend. The boys are being pulled. We're going to force around. And the Marines are finally going to be falling here, but for a cost, at the cost of workers. As 6 probes do fall, but Dark holds. Whew. Dark, he does hold on, he does survive. Almost takes down another medic. The medics do survive, so do the Marines, at least one. Back at home, here comes a follow-up, third TC. Third TC, we do have +1 attack alongside Marine range. Let's go like 7.2 rounds or something, 6.9. Yeah, you know what I mean. 6.9 shells. Anyway, we have range on the way here for the bio. Stalkers, they are overwhelming though. Yeah, they can target down the Marines one at a time. Blink is done. Oh, despite that, one Stalker does fall. We lose a Stalker. Bit of a rough trade, but we're down to 1 Marine and down to 0. 0 Marines left, and Dark, he's overwhelming. He's overwhelming the army. He's punishing Quanta for being out in the center of the map. With that, the final medic falls. Back at home, there's 1 medic left. Bunker is not done, and the boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled, and Quanta is being punished. Quanta's in trouble here. Dark, he does move in, trades with the Marines. So far, nice control out of Dark. He does have nice control. So far, preserving his army. Where's the repair? Repair's a little bit late. Bunker does survive. Back at home, we do see Dark getting a third base into charge. So it's going to be a gateway heavy composition. Blink into charge. Meanwhile, Quanta is stuck. He's stuck on 2 bases. He does have a 3rd TC, but he cannot expand. Cannot expand. And Dark, he's even blinking into the main. Oof. Does dive in. Catching out some of the production. Delaying their axes. Oh. Trading with the bio. Boys are being pulled. The rack should survive. This is going to be a one-way trip. Well, barely not. Barely he can... Oh, kind of blink away. Messy escape there by Dark. Does bleed out 5 Stalkers. That wasn't really worth it for Dark. Losing 5 Stalkers for 3 SCVs and a handful of Marines. So a worse trade for Dark, but he's still ahead. He still has a 3rd base that's getting saturated. He's still building up. Scan out of Quanta, looking for the 3rd. Taking his own. You know, we've got solar flares on the way. By that I mean optic flare. Which can be really effective against high-tech units like Disruptors or Colossus. Less so against Stalkers. Does scan, pushing in. Oh. Yeah, it's against a mass gateway army. I mean, optic flare isn't going to do much. Meanwhile, tanks are exposed, and Dark is going to completely clean this up. Collapses on the army. 1 tank does siege. Nice spread there from Dark. Yeah, void splash damage, and Dark, he will overwhelm. The Marines, though, they do trade well. They trade very nicely. Less so the tanks. But the Marines do punish. Another wave of Stalkers coming in, though. Yeah, the Stalker count is just far too high here. Quanta, he was committed. He will lose everything. The bio army, the medics as well. Oh, he's got optic flare. But as I'm curious, optic flare is an ability for the medic where they blind units. They can blind a unit at a time. It's single target. And you typically do target like units like the Immortal, the Colossus, the Disruptor. But here against purely Stalker Zealot, I mean, it's not really too much of a factor. Despite that, did lose his army. Scans reveals 3rd base saturation. Dark maintains map control. But Quanta is at least getting his own 3rd. His own 3rd base. His 3rd is getting up and running. Dark, he maintains map control. Yo, we got fire bats on the way. Let's go. I mean, that will help against Zealots, true. Will help against the Chargelots. As Quanta stuck at home. Despite being aggressive early on, he is now contained here on 3 bases. As he does stim out. Behind this, we're not working towards Colossus, we're working towards Storm instead. Storm is on the way. Does move forward. Once again, just building up towards a 3rd wave. 3rd wave of aggression. Storm is done. And as the army moves out, Zealots can move in. They can go for a massive counterattack. Bunkers are full, thankfully. And the bunkers may be enough to hold on. Ooh, massive tank shots. Bleeds out a Stalker. Zealots, they run into a wall of bunkers. Likewise, bunkers here at the natural as well. Firebat's trying to hold on. Ooh, but the natural is going to be broken. This time there was only one bunker. Boys are being pulled. Quanta bleeding out a couple of SCVs. Stark, he doesn't quite commit. He's just banking on more energy. Scan does reveal the High Templar. Quanta knows. Quanta is aware of the storm. Zealous once again going for another run by. The bunker is still being rebuilt. Oh. And alas, Quanta not quite ready for this. Does scout at least. Does scout. Does come back in time. Ooh, he holds. Does hold back at home. Dark still massing up his army. That's moving out to reinforce. Science vessel on the way. Spreading out. Yeah, getting a better angle here. Nice splits against the storms, but the storms, they still connect. Yeah, they still do connect, and he stands in the storms. And with that, it's going to be close. Another storm in the army. The medics, they just heal through that. Jesus. You can see the difference between storm, like the SC2 storm and the Brood War storm, is that here the medics, they just tank the storm. They didn't even care. Ooh, Zelsa, they're catching on siege tanks. Oh my god! Yeah, the tanks are caught on siege. Every tank going to be going down. Nice defensive matrix. Saves one tank, but only for a little bit longer here. Yeah, the Ravens? The Silence is a little bit too late. Zealous will clean this up, and only the medics survive. And medics, they can't attack. Not like this. And Darky will clean this up. Has more storms coming in. Feedback on the Science Vessel. Storm on the medics. Quanta, though, he just doesn't stop. He just keeps rallying. He's relentless. I mean, the storm damage is adding up. Archons are on the way. And you can see Quanta's just trying to brute force this. Trying to brute force this push. Now the storm does earn. Dar taking another expansion. Does reinforce with more Archons. Moving in. I mean, he is close to breaking Dark. Dark, he does have a High Templar in that prism. Could go for the feedback for the storm. Likewise, Quanta trying to catch some reinforcements, or trying to catch transferring workers. Takes down a pylon. It's a 10-2. Sorts away the Zealots. Storm doesn't quite pop off, not yet. Oof, Storm's on the main army. Nice done here on the Bio, on the Marines. Science Vessel does go down. Another big storm. Oh my god, massive storm! But he just pushed through. Yeah, he does push through regardless. There are just so many medics. Oh god, oh no! Takes one too many storms, bleeds out all the Marines. And once again, only medics survive. I mean, tanks, they pop up. Oh my god, the tanks! Yeah, tanks, they punish. They shut down the Immortals. And the Stalkers. Yeah, Dark, he does overextend. And with that, Quanta, does he have enough? Dark catching reinforcements. Quanta pushing in. He commits. Does commit forward, takes down the first Archon. There's 3 Archons left. Darky's turning around. Scan reveals the army. Oof. Tank fully goes off. Tank shot does go off. Zealots, they come in from behind, catching up the tanks. Tanks are left exposed. And the tanks are going down. At least one survives. But the Bio army is still going uncontested. And Quanta, oh my god, the storm! Storm pops off. Yeah, massive connection here on the Bio. Marines, once again, they go down. It's a very close hold here, but Dark, he holds. Whew. Comes in from behind, collapses on the medics, and for the first time in a long time, medics are finally dying. They've been so persistent throughout all these fights, but finally they go down. And momentum swings in favor of Dark. Again, Dark was able to outposition Quanta, takes down all the tanks, the medics, the storms popping off. Dark, he gains map control. Quanta, he's rebuilt his tank army. Setting up top left. And Dark, he attempts to run by. The bunkers are ready in time. Bunkers aren't ready. I mean, it's still pretty intense. It's still up in the air. Quanta, he does rebuild. He takes the supply lead. Honestly, it's been the MVP storms out of Dark time and time again. Whenever he needs them, they're there. So we'll drop into the main. Dark pulling back. He always got his two prisms, one towards top right, one with his main army. And it looks like we are thinking about Sky Toss. That is a Stargate on the way. At this stage of the game, should be for a Fleet Beacon to get ready for that late game competition. We'll see if he can get there, though. For now, I mean, it's not like he has map control. Quanta is maxed out. Dark has a decent economy here, but again, it's not really too safe to take up into Sky Toss. He's going for a second robo for Obey. This should be for Colossus, for Disruptors. Building up his ground army first before taking to the skies. Another run by coming in. Quanta has that hero mindset. He has that Clem mindset. If you watch Clem, Clem is the same. Clem, he takes every storm to the face. And he likes it. It's just like Clem, actually. Oh my god. As storms, they shut down the bayou. White Science is getting very low. They're going to be going down as well. Yeah, brutal losses for Quanta. Still maintains a tank army. That's a lot of tanks. Yeah, that's why Clem is so clean, because he just stands in all the storms. Ah, so clean. Clem says, "Shower me, papi." that is what he says. Oh no. More storms on the tanks. Tanks are on their own. Where's the buyer? Where's the support? Tanks are all going to be shut down. Massive pickoffs here. As every tank falls. Again, Quanta here extends. He did not have enough Marines here. Not enough medics. Quanta for the first, Dark for the first time in a long time does take a supply lead. Colossus are on the way. There's a Fleet Beacon for Skytos. He's getting there. Meanwhile, Quanta heavily overstimmed. Jesus. Very overstimmed. Scans, confirm spaces, confirm saturation. Another Zealot drop into the main. Dark is now, for the first time here this entire game, he's maxing out. He's maxing out 200 supply. He's getting there. Building up more Colossus. This is where the optic flares can come into play, where they can try to target the Colossi. That can be a factor here. It may not matter with all the Zealots getting involved, but it could be a factor. Scandals reveal the Zealots. Want to try to hunt them down. And we'll be able to. Catches out most of the Zealots, pushing towards bottom left. Dark, he's aware. Going for another massive Zealot run by. Sims in. Oh my god, brutal storms! Once again, Sims into the storm. Zealot's catch reinforcements, Marines, and medics, more importantly. Very nice catch. That's what, 5, 6, 7 medics going down. Pushing towards the main. Quanta bleeding out a lot of reinforcements. Yeah, and Dark, he may just have this if he can get back into the main, as his most relative towards the natural, but just came with the production. I mean, what can Quanta make here? Going into vultures, making fire bats. Trying to regain control of his own main. Colossus moving in. Oh, they do overextend. Be careful. As we say, Quanta, he will barely hold on with those fire bats. Will hold. Tanks deny the expansion, and Darky just counterattacks. Yeah, he just commits, goes for the base trade. He's like, I can't deal with these tanks. Let me just ignore the tanks and just go top right and go for the kill. But is it too much at home? Back to the bio. Tempest production has begun. Oh, the disruptors! Oh my god, not a single Nova connects. Disruptors go down, massive catch. Dark, he overextends. Nice kiting with the Colossus. Does kite back. Not that much fire left over, and oh my god, there's only medics! No, the medics! The lasers! They shut down the bio. Dark does trade well, and again, how do we deal with the Tempest? What is the answer, Marine? No shot. No shot, Babby. DTs, they do collapse on top of the tanks. They bring them all down. Dark, he's all over Quanta. With the Dark Templar, with the Skytos. If Quanta was aware, we'd be seeing like Valkyries, or getting into Wraiths, or getting into more anti-air. Ghost, sorry, my apologies. Ghost would really be the answer here. Ghost with Lockdown, which I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen yet. Especially with the revelation of these Colossus. But Ghost would have to be the answer, and we have zero. We're not set up. There is no academy. Zealous say catch up more of these tanks and just buying time. Just buying time for Dark to build up more Skytos. Dark now investing into shield upgrades, +1 air attack. Just 7 Tempests so far, and he's about to show his hand. Up until now, he hasn't revealed his Tempest, but now he has. Tempests are revealed. Quanta, he has to respond. There it is. Lockdown is being researched instantly. Lockdown is on the way, but we need that Ghost Academy. We need Ghosts. CC's gonna be falling. Gets a mineral line. For now, going into Mass Goliath. Okay, Marine Goliath, let's go. Bit of a stopgap. A band-aid solution. Yeah, still very efficient trades here. The Tempest, they can just kite. They can just kite back. Get some free damage here. Ghost production, okay, has begun. Am I blind? So we are moving out. Oh, never mind. Do you not need an academy? Oh, okay, my mistake. You just make ghosts. Never mind. My mistake. Yeah, because you have to make the nuke silos. True, true. Yeah, my mistake. Science facility. That's what you need. Oh, the Nevers! Oh my god, brutal connections. Dark catching with his pants down. So my apologies, Ghost Production has finally begun. But alas, he gets caught out. Quanta gets caught out. But yeah, in my brain, I was thinking like, but don't you need the Academy for nukes? Like, no, you need the silos instead. Which we haven't seen in quite some time. On the channel, I mean. The silos on the CCs. Let's push forward. Does push forward, catches at the bio. Moving in. Ghosts are building up. Lockdown is ready. Lockdown has been researched. And again, it's on Quanta to try to collapse on this army to get off those lockdowns. Then it goes up. Doesn't connect. 2 disruptors left. Dark's so good, I would expect him to lose the matchup. I mean, he plays a lot of Protoss competitively, right? Like against players like Solar and Shin and all the others. So I would imagine that to get good enough with Protoss to play against like other top Zerg players, that you would probably have to ladder. That's been pretty good. It's been pretty solid. Storm popping up. Nice storm in the bio. We're still waiting though for the ghost to collapse in. And he's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive. Oh my god, brutal storm. Still in the bio, going for the lockdowns. But the recall will still save the army. It does recall in time. We'll bleed out a disruptor. You can see here the lockdown units. The Tempest and the Colossus. They're still under lockdown. Recalling here to the main army. Ooh, Nova goes up. Yeah, brutal Nova, massive storm as well. And these lockdowns are about to run out, and Quanta, he will lose everything. The ghosts, the tanks, they all do fall. Despite the lockdowns, he took the Novas and the storms to the face. Aye, aye, aye. Dark, he breaks down. He breaks out once again though. Do lock down some of the Tempest. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Not anymore. Dark, he's going for the kill. If he can break this position, he can go into the main. He can just camp the production. That would be game then and there. The Skytoss army, it is overwhelming. But just the Protoss army here. This Quanta cannot keep up. Building up those tanks just in time, but alas, just in time to get focused down. And GG gets called. Dark, he will claim the win here. Dark, he will take the game, will take down Quanta, and Dark is our final King of the Hill. GG. Ooh, GG, well played, Dark. He will claim it without playing Zerg a single time tonight. Dark, he played Terran earlier and he played Protoss here against Quanta. GG, very well played. Again, very back and forth as well. You could see that because the map was so large, even though Quanta was taking some, I would say, bad trades, Quanta was able to replenish his army. He was able to rebuild and just maintain himself, maintaining a better economy, and of course, just being able to rebuild in time to just keep the aggression going. I'm sure he's used to breaking Protoss players like that, but Dark, he persevered. He was able to persevere, able to survive, build up as well, and eventually just maintain map control, make use of that better economy, and just take up in towards Tempest, in towards Colossus, Disruptors, into that more ideal army composition. It took a long time for Quanta to scout that and to respond. When the Tempests were revealed, then he started working towards Ghost, but it took a long time. It took a long time to get that really going. And took a long time for the Ghost to really factor into those fights. Wasn't until the very end, and even then, was too little too late. Was too little too late, was shut down. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Dark, as he will claim the series. And Dark is our final King of the Hill. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Dark. Again, just to reiterate, Dark, he does play Protoss very often when it comes to SE2. Dark, he does not play ZVZs anymore, like many players, like whether it's Dark, whether it's Raynor, Clem, Yang Yakov, and some of these other Zergs and Terrans. They do avoid mirror matchups, they just play Protoss. So Dark, he has been getting a little more practice with Protoss as of late over the past couple of months, and with that, showcasing it here as well in StarCraft Evolution. GG, well played. Does pop off. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up for the time being. Again, we do have another broadcast in a couple of hours. If you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want some more CranKy Duckling action, then do check us out over on the social medias. Whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. We are live every single day on a daily basis, sometimes multiple times a day, like today. Today we had 3 casts. We had the Classic versus uThermal show match into the SEL King of the Hill into SDO. Duckling Open is going to be later on tonight. That is going to be in 3 hours. In 3 hours time, we're going to be live with Duckling Open. That is an amateur bronze to diamond event. So if you happen to be between the leagues of bronze and diamond, if you're awake in 3 hours, you can play. You can compete. And this week is a special TLMC edition where we're going to be featuring those Team Liquid map contest maps. TLMC maps are going to be featured here tonight, so do check that out. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful, it's going to be very chaotic. Likewise, tomorrow we're going to be live with Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we will also be featuring the TLMC maps tomorrow evening as well. And I believe it's going to be Sparkling Tuna Cup into uThermal's 2v2 tournament. Yeah, uThermal's 2v2 tournament. That's going to be Monday morning at 2 AM, sorry, at midnight KST. That is going to be uThermal's event. So do check that out, as well as we have a full week full of StarCraft. We have the 2v2 event, we have Wardy TV Mondays, Pigastar Mondays, Code for Giants Cup as well, Tenacious Total Tussle, the Pawncast, the Rex March Madness, and also some more StarCraft Evolution. For those who maybe haven't heard, the people behind SC Boy, they are bringing back Kung Fu Cup with a very special kind of like Evolution edition. Warcraft 3 Evolution and StarCraft Evolution. They're gonna alternate back and forth between the 2 modes on Wednesdays. Now, Wednesday nights right now we're gonna be busy casting Rex's tournaments, but we'll most likely for at least the month of March be casting the Kung Fu Cup events via replays at least until April, and then we can cast it live. Likewise, we also have the Star Zagora qualifiers. They're also this month. We might get involved in the Star Zagora qualifiers. I would love to cast them, but I'm trying to get in contact with the organizers, and it's a difficult thing to do. So we'll see. I would love to cast the open qualifiers, but depends on whether we're able to get in contact and able to get permission. So we'll keep you guys updated when it comes to Star Zagora. Otherwise, again, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting us. You can also support us via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. You can see our current Patreon setup and our current goal. We currently do earn 414 USD a month, and because of that, we are able to actually boost the prize pool for Sparkling Tuna Cup. I believe this will be for April. So coming into April, once we actually, we do receive payments on a monthly basis for Patreon, but once we get into April, we should be able to boost the prize pool for Sparkling Tuna Cup to pay out top 4. Our next goal, which is at 420 USD a month, is to pay out SDO and to increase that prize pool even higher to get onto the Wikipedia. Wikipedia does have a minimum prize pool required to be able to get onto the main site, and currently our amateur events do not meet that threshold, but if we are able to get support from the people on Patreon, then we're going to be able to make that happen. So exciting stuff, exciting goals ahead of us. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Again, we're going to be live in 3 hours. I'm going to go get some breakfast. I'm starving. We're going to go get some breakfast, going to go get some food, and we'll be back in 3 hours. I won't be casting SDO. I'm going to be adminning. Kuro will be casting SDO instead. Kung Fu Tuna. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did you say Warcraft 3? Yes, yes. Warcraft 3 Evolution will be on Wednesdays. But again, for March, we won't be casting it live because we're casting a different tournament. We'll be covering Warcraft 3 Evolution and StarCraft Evolution via replays on a later day. On a later day instead. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you for the support. Yo, shout out to Avex in the chat. Let's go. Yo, don't forget TLMC. You can voting is soon to open up for TLMC, and Avex has got, I believe, two maps in TLMC, so definitely worth checking out. Maps that we're going to be featuring later on tonight. There you go. We'll be featuring them later on in the evening. Otherwise, thanks for watching. What's for breakfast? I'm most likely just gonna make some ramen, some instant noodles, with an egg. Crack an egg in it. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be amazing. Breakfast / lunch / just food for the day. It's 6 p.m. here. It's 6 p.m. I woke up in the morning, jumped on the cast. I've had some water, and now it's time to have some food. That's the plan. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time. We'll see you in 3 hours for some more StarCraft action. Otherwise, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching.